The New Mexico Martin Luther King Jr. Commission will please come to order. It is now 10:04 on May 30th, 2025. And we're convening today in the capital city of Santa Fe for a special meeting and commission retreat. And so I just always ask everybody to silence their devices, and that includes me, so we don't interrupt what is happening today. So first thing we'll do is call a roll. Secretary Pro Tem to call a roll.
Commissioner Dabney,
Present.
Judge Lambert, Commissioner Mella, Great Treasurer Laura Montoya,
Present.
Commissioner Carroll, present. Commissioner Sharon Pino, for Secretary of State, Maggie Toulouse Oliver, Commissioner Robinson, Secretary Feeney, Commissioner Stone, Commissioner Traub, Vice Chair Williams,
Here.
Commissioner Yumi, and Chair West.
Here,
Okay, we have 6, so we currently do not have a quorum.
do not have a quorum. We're lacking. One commissioner would give us a quorum, and we did get RSVPs. In fact, I see somebody wants to be admitted now.
There we go.
Judge Lambert.
Judge Lambert. Okay, let's admit Judge Lambert, who is a commissioner.
Hello.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning.
Good morning, Judge, and welcome.
Thank you.
You just arrived perfectly on time for the roll call. Let the record of the roll call reflect Judge Lambert is present. And so we just called a roll. Judge Lambert, with you being here, you have allowed us to establish quorum of 7 of our 13 members. Thank you for being here.
Right on.
Everyone, I want to make sure everyone knows that Judge Lambert was recently appointed to the commission by the Secretary of Indian Affairs, Josette Monette, who by statute is authorized to appoint a Native American to serve on the commission. And so Judge Lambert, we welcome you to the commission at your first meeting. Thank you so much. And would you like to take a moment to introduce yourself?
Sure. My name is Tammy Lambert.
Although it seems like you're maybe on mute, Judge.
Can't hear me? Still can't?
Oh, we can hear you now.
Okay. I'm Tammy Lambert. I'm an enrolled member of the Hickory Apache Nation. I am half African American, so I'm biracial. I am an attorney that I graduated and became a member of the bar in '99. So I've done a lot of work around Indian law. I was the general counsel for Indian Affairs probably 15 years ago. And I was on this commission as that appointee then. So I'm sure a lot has changed since then. I am the chief judge at the Pueblo of Santa Ana, and this is my 10th year on the bench there.
Very good. Well, we are honored to have you as part of the commission again. Welcome back. And
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. So that takes us to the next item on our agenda, which is approval of the agenda. Is there any motion related to that?
So moved.
All right, the motion is by the treasurer for approval of the agenda. Is there a second?
A second.
And the second by the vice chair. Any discussion? Hearing none, the Secretary Pro Tem, please call the roll.
Commissioner Dabney,
Present.
oh, for the vote.
Yes, sorry.
Commissioner Lambert, yes or no vote?
Yes.
Okay, State Treasurer Montoya? Commissioner Carroll, yes. Then we have Vice Chair Williams,
Yes.
Commissioner Yumi, and Chair West.
Yes.
Okay, with 7 votes, the agenda has been approved.
All right, 7 in favor, none opposed, so motion carries. Thank you for that. And then, next item on our agenda is approval of the minutes. Is there any, from the March meeting, any motion related to that?
Motion to approve.
All right, Vice Chair moves to approve. Is there a second? Commissioner Umi seconds the motion. And is there any discussion?
I
Hearing
will
none?
need to abstain as I was not present.
Understood. Thank you, for letting us know. And, Commissioner Carroll, would you please call the roll?
Okay, Commissioner Dabney,
Abstain.
abstained. Commissioner Lambert has abstained. State Treasurer Montoya.
Abstain.
Okay, State Treasurer abstained. Commissioner Carroll, yes. Vice Chair Williams,
Yes.
Commissioner Umi,
Yes.
and Chair West.
Yes.
Okay, 4 yes, 3 absentations. The minutes are approved.
Minutes are approved. Thank you for that, Commissioner. And that takes us to, public comment. Is there anyone, present either in person or online wishing to provide public comment? If anyone is online and would like to make public comment, you can unmute yourself and say so. All right, hearing none, we will move on to the next item on our agenda, which is informational only items. I have a couple things today. First of all, we want to welcome our new executive director, Danielle Kervin. She is here today, and she, just to bring everybody up to speed, she was unanimously selected by the commission to serve as executive director at the commission's last meeting in March. And since that time, she was approved by the governor to serve, and she started officially on April 14th. And so she's been in the role of executive director for about 6 weeks. And I will say that even in that short period of time, you know, she has really shown herself to be very focused and determined, motivated, resourceful, and collaborative, off to an amazing start as executive director of this commission. And so very proud of her and the work that she is doing, and just welcome her to the commission today, and happy that she has an opportunity to meet all the commissioners. And so I know that it has been a very busy time for her, and I want to thank her for her efforts. And I look forward to seeing the great things that I believe she will accomplish as executive director of the King Commission. So let's everybody give her a round of applause. All right, and then secondly, I just want to give a very brief overview of what we're going to do today. First, we're going to have a presentation from the executive director with some question and answers if there's any from commissioners. And then a couple of quick items of housekeeping business relating to the operating budget for the upcoming fiscal year and approval of the auditor for the current fiscal year, followed by a lunch recess. And then in the afternoon, we'll have an afternoon session for a couple of presentations and related discussion about the current status of civil rights in 2025. And then finally, we'll end with part 1 of a training on legal compliance that we're required to do annually. We'll do part of that at this meeting and the remainder of it next month, which is our deadline to finish that compliance training. And so that's all I have. Are there any informational items from the commissioners? Okay, hearing none. Executive Director Kervin is recognized for a report and presentation.
Thank you, Chair West. I'm going to pull up my presentation. All right. See, would you all like me to stand first?
So whatever's most comfortable.
Okay, I'm going to control it, so I'll stay right here. But if you can't hear me, please just let me know. Good morning, commissioners. My name is Danielle Kervin. I'm so excited to get to meet you all in person. I know I've seen some of you all virtually. Just a brief recap, I started the role of executive director on April 14th. A little bit about me, I was born and raised in Clovis, New Mexico, relocated to Albuquerque to attend the University of New Mexico in 2015, have been here ever since. and am now working for the Martin Luther King Jr. Commission. And I'm so excited to be here. And this is my first executive director report. I wanted to give an update on my orientation and onboarding status. My first week was really great. Thanks to the commission. I want to thank you all for sending me contacts and being available to me for questions. Some of you on a daily basis, some of you via email. I got an opportunity to see the office of the commission before I started, as well as get a little tour of the African American Performing Arts Center, which I had visited before, and then meet some of the neighbors up there at APAC. But as of then, since then, I've completed about 36 hours of training, mostly in administrative duties and functions that are relative to the commission, mostly with the Department of Finance, Finance and Administration. My upcoming trainings will be a nonviolence training, which will be given by the King Center in Atlanta. And then I will also be doing a civil rights awareness training through the Learning Management System and Share. And then I will be continuing to work on inventory of the commission's property and storage, as well as distributing the strategic planning survey. In July, I'll be doing a CPO training, which is a chief procurement officer training, a defensive driver training. I will be attending some sessions to get fiscal year 26 updates on maps, as well as travel rules. And then for next steps that I will be working on for the commission is organizational stability. So hiring an additional staff member. I need to complete some training to know how to go about that process logistically, working on some contractual roles for the commission to support staffing, as well as onboarding some employees via Department of Workforce Solutions and AmeriCorps and the University of New Mexico Service Corps via the Community Engagement Center. I will also be continuing community outreach. So recently we attended the Ministers Alliance meeting, we being Chair West, Commissioner Stone and we got to know some of the pastors in Albuquerque, and I got an invitation to attend some of their churches and meet their congregations. So every Sunday I'll be attending a different church in Albuquerque. Most recently I attended Grant Chapel AME. And then I will also be embarking on a Juneteenth tour where I'll be attending the different Juneteenth celebrations across the state. I will be in Clovis already for the Youth Leadership Conference and miss their Juneteenth by one day. Then I will travel down to Hobbs, Las Cruces, back up to Albuquerque, but Albuquerque's will take place before all of those. I'm going to continue to document and take note of what I'm calling the Beloved Community Network, which will serve as the commission's kind of email listserv for our different collaborators, community stakeholders, partners, anyone who wants to know what is going on with the commission, wants updates from the commission, and would like their upcoming events featured in what will be the Beloved Community newsletter that'll be coming out from the commission. Any questions?
Right. What churches have you been invited to?
At the meeting, who was present? That's a great question. There were multiple pastors present. I was invited to visit everyone who's a part of that Ministers Alliance. I can tell you now that off the top of my head, I've been to Grant Chapel AME. I'll be going to Mount Olive Baptist Church, New Hope Gospel Church, Shiloh Missionary Baptist Church. And then there's a few others whose names I don't know off the top of my head, but it'll be several. This might be something that takes place for the remainder of the year. If you have suggestions for places that I should also visit, please let me know and I'll happily attend one of their services.
Director, quick question.
Yes,
Will these be speaking engagements at the church?
I'm just attending just to get to know them and listen to the service and see who all is attending. And then I'm going to do follow-up meetings to talk about any previous collaborations they've had with the commission or hopes for collaboration.
As far as some of the churches, I don't know who's part of the ministry, but has Bishop Cooper?
Absolutely. So Bishop Cooper is I believe he's the president of the Ministers Alliance.
And he's had a conversation with you?
That meeting was our first time having a conversation.
Okay.
But he did ask me some great questions and gave me some good feedback.
And the intent of those attending the services is to build rapport in the community, or
build rapport in the community, as well as those being spaces where there's a diverse group of people in attendance. Get to know the community, get some people to give some feedback on our strategic planning survey. And from what I observed, in the commission's previous collaborations. They've been involved with the commission. I just want to hear how they've been involved and what they would like to see moving forward.
And then on that point, outside of the church organizations, is there other ways of doing community outreach that you've thought about or that you're interested in doing?
Absolutely. So I am looking to connect with any kind of community organizations or people who are interested in work that aligns with the commission. I've attended recently a couple of events where I've gotten to connect with people, one being the 6.6K walk that was held on the expo grounds, and I got to meet a diverse group of people. I'm hoping that by traveling to the different Juneteenth celebrations, I'll be able to meet different community members, and then as well as utilizing the contacts that were provided to me. So I'm planning on hosting or offering up time for people to meet with me, as well as while I'm in these different cities, asking for different key community leaders that I should be meeting with as I'm connecting with different people across the state.
So Chairman, for example, on Juneteenth, are you setting up a booth at the Juneteenth events, or how do people know you're representing MLK? Or what groups, people, or organizations or leaders are you planning on meeting with as you attend the Juneteenth?
Absolutely. So I've connected with the people who are organizing, and for most of these celebrations, I've gotten an opportunity to get up and speak in front of the
Okay.
community, or our logo will be featured on like a big screen, on the t-shirt. For the booth, it gets a little tricky, specifically for the Juneteenth in Albuquerque, because it's so many people. I don't know if I want to be at a booth just staying there the whole time for the event, or if I'm going to be walking around with a clipboard that has QR codes to the strategic planning survey. I think that I might be able to set up a booth where people can like take away promotional items for MLK, or have pamphlets that have information. So it's kind of just like a walk up, take things, and then I'll be floating around talking to different folks at the celebration.
Chairman, as far as the booth, I mean, you don't have to do it alone. Sure, there's some people that can take turns, either volunteers or some of us. What date is it?
The Albuquerque Juneteenth is June 14th.
So maybe potentially we could do a booth and then we could all take turns doing a couple of hours.
Absolutely.
Awesome.
Staff.
Fantastic.
We can create a sign up schedule, and we can sign up for a slot if that would be easy for all the commissioners. Or
Sign us up.
Yeah, because then if you have swag,
yes, we have lots of things that we can give, things that we need to get given away.
That's a fantastic idea, Treasurer.
I really think we need to have a booth and make sure we have a flyer, and then different commissioners will take turns, do 2-hour slots. That gives you the opportunity to go around and go to other booths and introduce, and then for them to come to us if they want to meet whoever's gonna be there.
All right, thank you. I really appreciate that.
And I get back from New York on the 13th, so you can sign me up for 2 hours too.
All right, awesome.
Sure.
Commissioner Dan.
If we're looking at building rapport throughout the community, not part of the Ministers Alliance, but there's an African American Catholic community. They also host their own MLK service once a year as well.
And that's located.
Albuquerque, New Mexico, out of the Rio Grande. Trying to think what's called. I can get you the information.
Okay, thank you so much. Questions? All right, thank you. Moving forward, we're going to go into the financial update. I wanted to just give some information on what my first day or first week kind of looked like in the commission and what I walked into. So when I walked in on day one, waiting for me in the mailbox, there were 8 warrants or vouchers or checks issued and printed that needed to be delivered. They all got delivered, whether that be in person. I kind of went on a little adventure to deliver some checks, and then I also was able to figure out the quotient and send them through the mail. And then there were also some unpaid invoices. So roughly there were about 5 dated from December to April, but at this time, all the outstanding invoices have been processed for payment or they've been paid. And then in terms of funding proposals, from what I was able to see in the documents that I received and what I was able to look up and share, there have been 2 previous funding proposals before I was there in the role, and there have been 2 submitted since, one being from the African American Albuquerque Chamber of Commerce for $3,000, and that is to support the New Mexico Juneteenth. And then the other is for the Juneteenth Renaissance Institute. You all received information. The amount has since decreased to its original funding proposal to $1,000. And that one is pending approval. Any questions?
What was the total, Chairman, of the unpaid invoices from December to April?
I do not have the grand total for those 5 invoices, and we might be able to highlight them within these next few slides.
CFO Jennings might be able to put a firm number on that as well.
It'll take me a few minutes to get that, so she can continue on and
Okay. When we come to this, or potentially.
So here is the budget overview as of May 30th, 2025, which is going to be the most updated figures for the budget. You'll see that it's broken down by the different categories and including what's been encumbered and what's been expended and what we have remaining. Are there any questions?
Susan will be in this one, updated with mine this morning.
Yes.
Sure, does it, with old.
Yes, so let me clarify that. So the one in my handout to you is an older version. The CFO, Lisa Jennings, did provide a more updated version this morning. And
So-
what you receive after this meeting will be the more updated version.
So we're referring to
Yes.
this document.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I see first page of that document is what we see on the screen. Okay.
Can I ask, if that has been emailed, can it be emailed to me again?
CFO Jennings, has your presentation been emailed to all the commissioners? This handout?
No, sir, it has not.
Oh,
Um,
Judge Lambert is indicating that she would like for it to be sent to her, and we certainly should do that.
Yes, I can do that
Okay.
right now.
Okay, thank you, Executive Director.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Incoming, Judge.
Judge Lambert, it will be a PowerPoint presentation. Is that all right?
Fine with me, thank you.
Okay.
Chairman, just for clarification, are we just going over it in broad now and then the CFO is going to go into the detail or? is this-
That's my understanding.
Okay.
Is that the Executive Director is giving an overview, and then that the CFO will address some detail, and then, of course, we can ask questions and get all the clarifications that we need.
Thank you.
But for right now, I want to make sure that Judge Lambert has received the presentation, so she's on the same page with us. So Judge Lambert, if you don't mind, just confirm for us once you've received it, and then we'll proceed from there.
Will do. I'm checking the emails. It's coming. I'm sure it's on its way.
Thank you.
Yeah, that is a- That was when you have the one meeting. Thank you.
It hasn't come through yet, but I suspect it's a large file.
She ran.
Judge Lambert, it is sent.
Okay.
It's showing on my end. It may
Okay.
take a few minutes because of the PowerPoint size.
Okay. All right, well. I'm okay if you go ahead, I can catch up.
Or something.
Judge, the cell phone number,
Judge Lambert, can you see this PowerPoint screen?
No, it's just a white screen to me.
1 second.
Ah, there we go. Got it.
Oh, okay, wait, now you can see it?
Yes, thank you. I got it in email.
okay.
Okay.
So with that, Judge, if it's okay with you, we're gonna continue since it seems like you have a copy of it and can follow along with us.
And I can see the shared screen as well, so we're good.
Okay, all right. So back to you, Executive Director.
All right, so that is the not the detailed overview of the budget and it's separated by the different categories. And were there any specific questions? And again, what is in the white packet that was provided by Lisa Jennings is more accurate than what is provided in my executive director report packet that I printed when I left the office yesterday.
Chairman, I do have a question. So you have $100,000 remaining. We have less than a month to utilize that money. You've already, I'm sure, removed, you have very small encumbrances. So do you have any plans to use a portion of that $100,000 before the end of the month?
Yes, ma'am. I'm gonna, okay, that's what is more outlined, I think, in my breakdown, which may not have the accurate figures that CFO Jennings has.
Right.
In the email that I sent you all that had it had two attachments. It had the budget projection for what I received on my first, that was ran on April 9th and what I received on my first day. And then it had a budget projection that I had been working with to determine how much I could expend for the Youth Leadership Conference and another tentative program that I was looking to do in reference to after the annual meeting. So please bear with me, because like I said, this might not be the most accurate figures, as I didn't get to work with Lisa Jennings before I was working on it, or while I was working on this. But I'm planning to, my projected expenses in that chart are spending down some of that $100,000. Majority of it is coming from the Youth Leadership Conference with the different things that calls for, like the venue, the speakers, the keynote speaker, the event that opens up the conference for the youth, and some of the expenditures that are called for that, like a DJ, as well as the transportation and lodging that will need to be provided for youth that are traveling outside of Clovis to attend the conference. And the guesstimated number at that right now is about 30,000. It could potentially increase given if we get more registrants that are traveling outside of Clovis to attend the conference. And then in addition to that, I am tentatively planning a community statewide meeting for the MLK Commission to interact with different community members across the state to come down after the annual meeting and provide an opportunity for them to exchange information across the state, across each other, and then for us to provide updates on the commission and again hear from them what they've been experiencing, what their needs are, their wants are, and how they see the commission serving the community. You'll find in this presentation that my vision for the commission is to be very informed by what the community says that they want and what they want to see from the commission, as well as upholding the vision and mission of the agency.
Chairman, I know you've just started, but do one of you know how much money we gave to each of the communities that asked for it last year? And did we give the same amount this year, or are we giving more?
Yes, sir. Chairman, Madam Treasurer. So, this year, for the most part, when people requested, they were granted up to 3,000 for each of the different communities that requested money. Good, and that was fairly consistent, I believe, with last year, but I would have to go.
It sounds about right. So Chairman, did all of the ones that asked for money last year ask for it this year, and are there any new ones?
I will need to compare that.
It's okay. So Chairman, so don't stress out.
No.
I'm just asking questions because I don't want to leave that $100,000 on the table.
Absolutely. I really appreciate your questions. And I wanted to answer what you just asked, whether new organizations that were looking to utilize the funding proposal. I am anticipating getting a funding proposal from the organizers of Clovis's Juneteenth celebration, as well as potentially Roswell. That's still being there. The person organizing is determining if he's going to organize.
It would be helpful here, may I, Treasurer, so you have mentioned Executive Director that, and we all know, which probably everyone remembers, there was a budget projection that we received at the March meeting that showed us about $11,000 projected over budget. And then by the time Executive Director Kervin started, there was a new budget projection that showed us $11,000 about under budget. This was circulated to the commissioners this week. So there were 3 budget projections that were circulated by email this week. And then Executive Director Kervin has run a new budget projection just this week. Is that right, Executive Director Kirby?
It's the original budget projection we ran last Friday, and I've been using it to figure out what we can spend for the remaining of the fiscal year, yes.
And so this most recent budget projection shows us, just so we can get a sense of this 100,000 versus what we're projected to end our budget at the end of the fiscal year.
Mhm.
What is that number?
The remaining balance after the projected expenses from that budget that you all received is $35,584.28.
And as to that remaining projection through the end of the fiscal year from your most recent projection, do you have plans as to how those funds can be spent?
Absolutely. They're later in the presentation, or I can speak to them now, if you would like.
I feel like
Yeah.
treasurer's choice, because this is the, it seems to be lining up with the questions that she's asking. So she like
Yeah.
now or later.
It doesn't matter. At the end of the day, I just want to make sure we're not leaving money on the table. And that whatever you guys are using, it's fairly spread to where it needs to be spread and people that can use it. And that through your process, whatever you're deciding as the executive director with him and the team, then goes to her for her to say, you do have the money to do it or you don't, because you don't want to end up in that pickle
Right.
either. And that the services will be rendered before the June 30th date. And that it all aligns with the MLK vision and mission, but any money that's left on the table concerns me because we fought so hard to get the money in the budget. Number one, I mean, everybody knows there's vacancy savings because of everything that's happened this year, but and number two, it all goes to a good function of Medicaid trust, but that Medicaid trust fund, for any reversions, is not part of the mission of MLK. And so I feel like a lot of these smaller groups, like the Clovis one, the Hobbs one, all these ones that asked us for money, we gave them barely like 3,000 last year. They all wanted more money or they needed more money. And there was a lot of dampered relationships in the process because we said we'd give them money and then somehow they didn't get the money, or we told them we'd give them shirts. We didn't give them shirts. So like, I feel to set you up for success and us for success, to show that it is different in the whole state, buy them the shirts, like buy what we need to buy, give them what they need, put it all out there, give it back to the community and leave nothing on the table for us to revert back. That's the end all of, I don't care about the details as much unless it's like, I just want to make sure it's ethically within the means, of course, but that's for you guys to all decide. I just want to make sure I'm not leaving a lot of money on the table, because then next year, then there's a question about why we did it.
And I agree with what you have said, Treasurer. And so, these conversations I have had with the Executive Director about making sure we don't have a large reversion going back at the end of the fiscal year and putting the money to its best use. And, Executive Director Kirby has made some, changes, which are reflected in the budget projections. And so we're all keeping our eye on that end of the fiscal year and the possibility of reversion, which we don't want to happen. We want to make sure we serve the community and put that money to its best use. Absolutely. We agree. And we've had those conversations. Executive Director, feel free to disagree with anything I just said.
We have had those conversations, and I think that I'm more than open to supporting any organizations in the community that are aligned with the commission's vision and mission that are in need, and especially those who were supposed to receive support and did not previously. I think that maybe I'll adjust my conversations that I'm having as I'm moving across the state to include, have you taken advantage of the commission's funding proposal? Was that something that you would be interested in doing?
Chairman, on that point though, I would just say, from what I've heard statewide, a lot of them are they're having a little bit of feelings about filling out paperwork or it being too hard to fill out the paperwork. So for this year alone, I would say, try to make it as simple as possible, even if you have to go there and work with them on filling out the paperwork and give them money that they need. And hopefully each one of those organizations is getting more than 3,000 or 5,000. Because everything costs more. And then now that we have Juneteenth coming up, we should show a really strong presence of MLK, especially because people are wondering, what are we doing? How are we doing it? So might as well go big.
And the Executive Director can approve up to 5,000 on her own authority. Per the authority that's been granted her by the commission. So
And Chairman, I don't want to give money just to say give you money. I still want at the end, they have to tell us what they use that money for.
Absolutely.
Because then next year, when we have that money, we can determine at that point, once you've had more time to understand them, like sort of like an RFP kind of thing, like a percentage of whatever goes to them because they were able to do it in this way or this
Mhm.
manner. But the idea is for them to actually spread it and use it, not just keep it in a bank account.
Right.
Okay, thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Treasurer.
Thank you. I do want to just give it appears that the state of New Mexico has planned to update my computer at 10:49 and which is out of my control. So we might have I might need to switch computers to,
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
If we need to, for purposes of the virtual meeting, and Judge Lambert, we may end up taking a short recess for that technical purpose, to change computers, since
Yeah, I was
we're,
watching the clock tick down, so I was getting worried.
oh, you
Okay.
can see it. You can, Judge Lambert can see presenter mode, so she's saying what I'm saying.
Okay, well, we won't proceed without you, of course. We'll just take a recess and then we'll be right back once we're connected using a different computer.
All right, thank you.
And Executive Director, you just let us know when we need to do that.
Okay. All right, I will move on to the more in detail slide, which I will hand over to CFO Lisa Jones.
So similar to prior months, although I broke this out into two slides because it's kind of getting to be too much information for one slide. This way you can have the overview of your expenses for the full year and then also see how much we've expended during the current months. So the first slide has the first 6 months. It is broken down again by those categories, so you can tie it back into the budget presentation on the previous slide. And then, so this one comes from the general ledger. It doesn't have specific descriptions of like each of the payments, but then the next 2 slides where we actually issue the checks. So if you turn back to the vouchers, that actually has, if it was a check that was issued, this is who we paid, and then I tried to put out beside it like what the purpose of those payments was. But I only did that one for 3 months, but I do have all the information pulled up if we need to go back to a previous month. I was trying to pull in everything since the last meeting, but I couldn't remember exactly how far we had presented to the last. So with that, I'll stand to any questions.
Chairman,
That's
that's a weird question. We only have 1 employee, so how come the 200 shifts a lot between each month?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Treasurer, the part of the significant shift this time would have been the payout of leave, accrued leave for the previous executive director.
Oh, in April,
Yes, ma'am.
got it.
And also in answer to your question from earlier, many of these payments we had in process at some level of the process, but they'd either been rejected or we had to get updated bills or anything else. So of the payments that have gone out the door since the new executive director has come in, there's $13,212 of what we were just trying to finalize and get through the process. Whether we had started the vouchers or we were still trying to get them in and get them entered. So that's the torture that I've put your new executive director through, and she has held up very well under pressure and helped me get that.
Did you repeat that figure?
$13,212, Mr. Chairman. So that was finishing up like the James Asher Barrett payments for him hosting the website and the modifications that have been done for his contract. The Staples order for ordering the owl, it was most of those, and then still finishing up some of the Dream Weekend payments that still needed to go out the door. It's just kind of been a struggle because it gets either denied or there's a problem with the invoice or we didn't get the invoice or all kinds of craziness. So her first few weeks have been very interesting and she has held up very well to the pressure.
But all of that resolved today, since Executive Director Kirby has started.
Yes, sir.
Chairman, are there any other contracts that you guys had this year that need to be renewed for next year?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Treasurer, what kind of contract specifically?
I don't know, like, so you have James Asher Barrett website. Was that a contract or what was that?
So that was his, contract. I guess he has been hosting y'all's website that never been paid previously. It's kind of my understanding. So they had started a contract with him. The second payment there for the $227, that's something we need to be aware of before it happens this year because he paid it out of pocket. I guess there's a fee for actually having your website stay on the web. And so he paid it out of pocket for us because we were about to get turned off. And so then we had to reimburse him for it. It was never on your books before someone was paying it out of pocket, or we don't know.
So Chairman, do we have a contract with them this last fiscal year? We didn't talk.
My understanding is there is a contract, but I have never seen it.
I've never seen a contract and I don't believe there is a contract. I think this was like a relationship, that was in existence and then supposedly they're paying the website, but how did they approve? How did DFA approve us paying them out if we didn't have a contract?
It's less than $5,000. It doesn't meet those thresholds.
And then who has access or control of the website now?
On my first day, I think I didn't mention that my first week, one of my biggest goals was getting control of the commission's website, social media platforms, and external email, which the commission does have an external Gmail account that is in connection to the YouTube channel. That was one of my priorities, and I was able to do that. Talking to Mr. Barrett, it appeared that he had an invoice for the website hosting and the updates, and which led me to believe that he was being sent updates to make to the website when there was needed to make changes throughout his time. And then as well for the annual fee for the platform which the website is on, and I now have access to the website. And since I've been there, I've been the one making the updates.
So Chairman, as you're gaining control of the different aspects, who else has access to the website or has a user ID or?
Currently, the only two users are James Asher Barrett and myself.
So Chairman, are you planning on using him next year?
I'm trying to figure out how to. I don't necessarily need Mr. Barrett. I can make updates on the website. So at a reduced rate, if there's something that I did need to help or troubleshoot, I would utilize his services, but not at a point where he needs to host it necessarily, because there are some updates and changes that I can make myself.
So Chairman, can you get full access so that you can remove him from it by July 1st? So that you have all authority on the hosted site?
Yes, I believe we're both on there as administrators, so I could remove him by July 1st.
Okay, and then I would also ask that outside of you, someone else should be an administrator on there. I would recommend you only because I know you've done websites in the past of your life and you're a techie guy. But somebody else on the board commission should be on there, definitely not me. But we should have two of you at least on there, so if you get kicked out or something happens, there's someone else that would help out with that.
As a secondary role, I can
Yeah, this is secondary.
provide support.
Thank you.
Any objections to that?
I have a
Hearing none.
question. I have a
Oh,
question.
Judge? Yes, ma'am.
What is
You're
the
recognized.
benefit? Okay, what is the benefit of not having Mr. Barrett be involved in this process?
Mr. Chairman, moving forward, saving money, saving time, and the functionality being in-house.
Okay. Why was he engaged before because there was a lack of in-house tech savvy?
Mr. Chairman, my understanding is yes, and it was a deal that was done that never was actually placed on paper.
Okay. But is the commission in a situation where saving money is the priority? Is
No,
it budget crunch?
Chairman, my personal point of view is the mission of the commission is to move forward. And so I think that would just be good to clear all of that out, because from a financial standpoint, the CFO is fixing all of these messes that we've done that are not up to the procurement standards that we should have been having with MLK. And so starting with the new fiscal year with a new start, I think in total is helpful for you guys statewide. Would you agree?
My concern on that before you answer, Director, is that the expedition of time and resources and energy by the director. And sometimes when something goes wrong technologically, that can create a burden that may not be necessarily something she should be spending time on. So I'm not sure if this would be something that perhaps there should be some money left in this line item. And I don't know, it sounds like this person was being sole sourced. But it does sound like they were not being sole sourced. Okay,
No, there was no contract whatsoever. I think the executive director and the CFO did good by paying this person for invoices that they couldn't verify or validate the services that were done, because it was from the previous executive director's conversation of relation with it. And the previous administrator said that she was having a hard time being able to get the website changed because, one, he hadn't been paid, two, they didn't have a contract, and three, he was really just doing it on the side. So I think it was good to pay this individual, make him whole, start off positive and fresh. It sounds to me like the executive director has the skill set and thinks it's gonna be easy and not take a lot of time for her to be able to do that. But even if she does, they should do it properly after she fills out and gets certified with her chief procurement officer certification, and then get these things done correctly. But I think that's just part of like cutting the cord and moving the journey forward.
and I understand that. Obviously, if there's been some procurement code violations, that would need to be cured. I just don't want to see the idea of needing money in a line item for this type of service be eliminated. Or have it look as if that's not important as part of the operations of the commission. But your other comments are well taken.
And if I may, Judge, I think, I like, the point that you are making. And, I hear you, what you're saying about, making sure there's a line item in our budget, for support for the executive director if she needs it, so that she's not expected to have to do everything and she can get some help. We do have, coming up later in our agenda, approval of the operating budget for the coming year. And, so we're gonna end up talking about that, I think, in more detail a little bit later for what's happening in the coming year. And we can ask the executive director if she has a line item in there for her technological support as it relates to the website and social media. Because I do agree with you. I think that is important that she have that option available to her. I will say that her technological skills are, as what I have observed the past 6 weeks, are very impressive. And she has been very quick in updating the website and updating social media and doing things that I didn't even know could be done. But to the extent that she does need that support, I do think it needs to be there for her, because she may be otherwise engaged or occupied. So my point being, I think maybe this discussion should happen when we're talking about the operating budget for next year.
Got it.
We already have money for it. It has nothing to do with the money. It's gonna be still in the 200, 300, or 400.
Yeah.
Still decide what that is, and that budget's already been approved by fiscal year 26. It's under $5,000, so this is nothing. Just like, do it. All I'm saying is we should not be moving forward with this particular individual. They should not have direct access as an administrator to a Martin Luther King Commission thing because we have no sole source contract with them. We have no contract. We have an executive director that feels very comfortable to move forward with that. If we need to get into any type of contract, she can do that already.
And she can.
Yeah.
Follow procedures, make sure that it's done appropriately, using the budget that's there for her to use. And executive director has things that she'd like to say.
Yes, my computer's about to restart. I would just like to take a brief recess.
We're gonna take a recess and Judge will be back online shortly.
Very good.
By the contract, let's attach the veto.
Okay, we're at recess.
A proposal that was.
Resume our meeting from the recess that we took due to a technical issue. And when we left off, we were in the middle of the executive director and CFO report. And so we'll pick up where we left off.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Madam Treasurer, back to your question earlier regarding if there was any new versus anybody that cut off from prior year. I was able to go ahead and finish that report. So last year there was a payment to City of Portales for $2,600. I don't believe City of Portales requested this year. Also, we were talking about, because of individuals' relationships with certain organizations, like there was conflict on approving. So I know that the church that Miss Beverly, the former executive director, went to, they did not make a request this year because of not having that ability to be able to question like the motive of the money. It kept other people from questioning why they were getting money versus other people. So I know she had talked to them about it. Mount Olive had requested 1,000 in prior year, but apparently didn't request this year. And then I think she had sent out, I know at one point she had done an analysis where like we were impacting actually more counties this year than in previous years, but I don't have that data.
Do you guys have access to it?
It's just taking a little bit longer to analyze.
Okay, but you do, okay, listen. So Chairman, I would just say part of the directive we should give to the executive director is reaching out to the ones that didn't ask for it, talk to them, find out why. And definitely give the church that Ms. Bev was involved in, because I don't even think that's a direct conflict if they have the same purpose for it as any other church. I mean, that's almost discriminatory against them just because she was on it. So I think it's a great way for you to have a good relationship, a good conversation, build it, and utilize the funds in a way that impacts the community.
Hey, any other questions or comments? If not, executive director and CFO to resume with the report.
So I think that was to the end of my slides for the actual finances. So I don't know if you're ready to start talking about next year's audit, an auditor selection, or if that's later on the agenda.
Yeah, the audit, that's fine. Executive director, that's next on your bullet point list, right?
Mhm.
So audit.
Okay. So we, last year was the end of our third year with your current auditor. You can use an auditor for up to 8 years in accordance with that rule, but we did have to go back out and request quotes. So we did receive quotes from 3 very qualified firms that I trust and would gladly like sign a contract with. So you received quotes and they are included in the packet that's not colorful. Sorry, I was in a hurry this morning. So we received quotes from SJT Group, which is your prior year auditor, and then also from Paramio Accounting Group and Fortune Associates. So all 3 are qualified firms, all 3 are firms that I have worked with previously. I trust the quality of their work. So for me, the only like differentiating factor is the price, and one is $4,000 cheaper than the others. So based on that, I would recommend SJT Group unless you guys have any other concerns with that.
And just to clarify, SGT has done most recent audits for the commission, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And how many most recent audits of the commission have they done?
They have been your auditor for 3 years, Mr. Chairman.
Okay,
Can I ask a question?
Okay. Sure.
So when you send out for the quotes, do you give them like a scope of what you're needing and then they return the quote based upon what you say that you need? Or is there like a uniform way that an audit would happen depending upon the agency?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, so, a lot of us kind of have our little templates that are already built that says, hey, I need to request my financial auditor. We're going out for quotes in accordance with audit rule. Your auditors, the audit firms are gonna go pull up your most recent audit reports and see, like, they're gonna go through and review, they're gonna look, do an analysis of how much money you're processing on a given year, what your findings are. They're gonna look and see if there's usually significant changes in leadership, changes in the commission, changes in your employees. They're gonna do some kind of analysis, but they have, since we're doing a financial statement audit, and we don't have federal funds, they're gonna go in and analyze and then come back to us with a bid that says, okay, for this size of audit, here's what I would charge you. They are welcome to ask us any questions in the meantime, regarding scope or regarding any concerns. But then we just had them submit, we gave like a 2-week window for them to submit quotes back to us. And then, at the end of that 2 weeks, and I opened up the emails that we had received. I was super excited. Sorry, I'm a nerd. We actually had quotes received, like other agencies, one of my other agencies, we had to go out to a full RFP because theirs is so much more. Theirs is like almost 100,000 a year. They didn't get anybody on the first round. So we're back out to RFP. We're going to miss the deadlines on that. The initial deadlines because contract submission is tomorrow. So I'm hoping that you guys will be happy with the firm that I would recommend, but if you don't like them, I have the letter ready for approval for all 3 of the firms, so just tell me which firm you like. And
Also, Chairman, I have a question. Are we supposed to be talking about this in public?
if there's,
It's under a threshold.
it's under the threshold,
Okay.
so
Okay, so, because normally all of the audits that I've dealt with, you have to do an RFP and you have to talk about it in executive order and then they come out with which one. Well, because you don't want to talk about any auditors.
Right,
I mean, I don't,
okay.
but
But it seems like we're good because we're under threshold and,
yeah.
okay,
I would just say you've had the same auditor for several years. I haven't seen any recommendations from them from the previous years that have said anything. Is there any recommendations or was there any findings that they had in the last 3 years?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Treasurer, the findings from last year was late reversion, which is repetitive for this agency and not the fault of the auditor. And then also the late audit, which was in relation to one of your previous executive directors, which was also a reoccurring factor because I had to intervene in previous years to get the audit done the last 2 days before it was due.
Yeah.
So, again, that was not necessarily the fault of the auditors, but an issue with a certain staff member.
Sure. I can agree with that, but I'm used to working with auditors that also help guide you as to some of the things you need to be doing to prepare, or they document it enough to let the board, council, or commission know when there's issues. I think because you have a new executive director, because you have a new CFO working on this stuff, and you have a new commission, the idea of starting with a fresh start for me matters. And where I'm not cheap is in audits. So I prefer utilizing one of your second recommendations. And it's no disrespect to any one audited firm, because I don't even know who this audit firm is. I deal with bigger firms, so I don't know the small ones, but if you have a second recommendation and understanding of explaining to me the why behind the other recommendation that fits with MLK, I would be open to listening to it.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Treasurer, I've provided the quotes that were received to everybody, so, I have no issue with any of the 3 firms, so my only evaluation was based on price. So, if you guys like somebody different.
I don't know if it's like somebody different. I think that just in general, we're trying to move forward in different ways across the board with all things. And so my question is, if we don't take the lowest bidder, how does that modify or change moving forward? Will we still make it in time to get those requests in and start the audit process, or will it ham up on that process?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, so I have letters already drafted, signed and ready to send for the approval that is required today for whichever firm that we pick. So I went ahead and did 3 letters just in case, so that whichever one you guys pick, since I knew this was gonna be a concern, that way it's ready to go with whoever you guys decide on. One firm only bid for 3 years, the other firm bid for 4 years. The initial year, there is a difference of not quite $1,000 between the two. So you're looking at $14,852 versus $15,600 between the two firms. And then the subsequent years, they're both in the 15,000 range. So,
So Vice Chair, whenever you're finished, you have the floor. Whenever you're finished, then we'll go to Commissioner Dabney.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Commissioner Dabney.
So I want to make sure that we have a defendable process of how we choose them. Price is a defendable process. There should be other objective elements that we can take a look at. I do like the idea of diversifying our audit pool to make sure that we don't have blind spots with a certain auditor. Nothing that SJT Group has done in the past, but it's good to have some diversity to make sure that we don't have blind spots from certain auditing companies. And I assume that RFP is request for proposals. Is that the acronym?
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure we have the acronym right. Having a more diversified set of auditors that we utilize may limit the risk of having to go through RFP. But my background is not in financial auditing. I want to make that statement clear as well.
So let's go into it though, because we're not comparing apples to apples. So SGC has a total of 100 hours. The other one has a total of 120 hours, and the other one has a total of 115 hours. That's what's changing the price. Right,
potentially, yes, fine.
so
One thing for SJT Group is they have already worked on your audit before, so they already have their templates and stuff built. So they don't have to rebuild that like what your new firm would.
Commissioner Judge Lambert has her hand raised.
Oh, okay. Judge, we're gonna recognize you just as soon as we know that Commissioner Dabney has finished his questions, because I think he's the one that has the floor. And so Commissioner Dabney, did you have any other question?
No other comment.
Okay, then in that case, Judge Lambert recognized.
Thank you. This is my first meeting, so there may be emotional content about moving forward from maybe past administrations that were not as successful. That's what I'm getting. But from the point of view of the procurement issue, I had 2 questions. One was, what is the unit price and of the services? And is the one that has the lowest dollar amount the lowest unit price? And the other question I had was there a problem with the quality or the qualifications or the experience of the lowest bidder, or were they being removed because they had done services in the past? I would like to think that when we have our minutes, that we would have a reason, a logical reason for moving forward. And what I did hear the commissioner just say was that we wanted to have diversity in the evaluations, and I think that would be a logical reason that could go in the minutes. But because they were affiliated with the commission before, doesn't strike me as a valid reason to choose a higher price.
Thank you for those comments, Judge. I do want to ask a question, if I may. unless you had a couple questions and I think they need to be answered before I ask anything. So CFO Jennings, could you respond to Judge's questions?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Judge. So, evaluation of the firms, all three firms are on OSA's approved audit list. So OSA, Office of the State Auditor, has determined that they are qualified to do the audits. I do not personally have any issue with any of these three firms. So, for me, my evaluation and my recommendation was to go with the lowest price. It's the concerns coming from other individuals on the commission that are wanting to potentially change firms.
How about the unit price when we talk about the lowest price?
I did not evaluate it to that level.
Is that something we can calculate now? Yes.
I'm actually calculating it and I'm telling you that that's not necessarily the lowest price because, for example, on the financial statements, you have one that's flat for 2,500 each year. You have one that's 3,000, 3,090 and 3,185. And then you have the other one that's 2,500 and it increases every year. So the Haramia group has the 2,500 flat. In addition to that, those two have 20 hours, that one has 25 hours, the Porsche one. Then on the financial statement audit, you have 100 hours on Haramia, you have 90 hours on the Porsche, and you have 80 hours on the SJT. So you're not comparing apples to apples. In addition to that, each year it's increasing, and I don't know if it was a percentage that each one agreed to on the increase, but that's another thing to factor in. And
SGT group was the lowest for all 4 years. So all 4 years that they bid, they stayed below the $15,000. Whereas the others did cross into the 15,000 mark and either stay there the whole time or made it there by the last year. They had proposed.
they're factoring in the different amount of it. So all of these could be talked to and negotiated pricing, correct?
I don't know. I wasn't planning on getting that far into it.
So question.
So if I could, Vice Chair,
Yes, sir.
I want, because we're on this question about lowest price and this process. One of the things CFO Jennings had mentioned to me before the meeting is if the commission didn't go with the lowest price bidder, that we would have to provide them with the reason that they have an opportunity to respond back. Could you explain that for everybody's benefit?
So, my concern is if we just, so if I have my quotes and I don't go with the lowest bidder, I have to provide a justification with that whenever we go through the procurement process. And if I want to go tell that firm that I'm not gonna pick you just because you were our auditor in the previous year, that firm has the right to come back to me and fight for that.
So, Ms. Chairman, I can fix all of this. So if you look at the 90 divided by 10,800, it's $120 an hour. If you look at the next year, it's $123 an hour, and the next year is $126 an hour. In addition to that, it's the 3,090. Haramia is $120 an hour flat. It's cheaper
Per hour,
per hour
across all these?
across all 4 years.
But what about SJT?
Well, I didn't look at that one yet.
Chairman, just to add it to, just looking at the poll real quick, SCT also includes that we can contact them any time of the year at no charge. I'm actually factoring that in.
Okay, that is a apples oranges type situation. We should take that into consideration too. Thank you for pointing it out. But we'll wait for the treasurer's calculation on SJT.
So it is cheaper on the top portion. 80 is 121. And to her point, they've been in there for 3 years. So she's,
Yes, ma'am.
and they can go up to
8 years because
8
audit rule requires rotation after 8 years in order to make sure that you are not having a firm that is too familiar with the client.
I think for me, it's not just the price. It's the aspect that they knew we were late and nobody ever talked to the commission about trying to improve it. It's that there's a lot of other legal issues that occurred and nobody caught it. Nobody brought it up to the commission. I think all of that matters just as much. To be fair to an audit firm, it's not their job to look for waste, fraud, and abuse. That's not necessarily, and they write that down. But the idea of having a late audit continuously, and I've looked at all the audit reports from the past when I first came on board, there could have been a little bit more cohesiveness in a team manner to set us all up for success, or at least inform us that there were some issues internally, which could have been resolved a lot sooner. And I think that is a higher cost because that also would have eliminated a lot of the reputational risk, the operational risk, and a lot of the liability that has come across since then. So I can't put that dollar on paper, but I do know that it counts for something.
Just for a word, and I understand what you're saying. Thank you for explaining that way. Just so we're all clear, what did the hourly rate for SJT come out at?
Oh, 125 for the first year, which is, no, sorry, 125 for the second line and 106 for the first line.
106 for the first and 125. Okay. So, I'm just thinking about if SJT on the first line is the lowest and then also lowest for the year, if they're the lowest bidder, if we end up in this back and forth type situation, potentially that CFO Jennings is talking about. So it's just a question that I have. I don't know if that's how that would play out, but it's a question I have, and I know the vice chair had something she wanted to say.
I'm good.
Okay. I'm going to say that, I do hear some, to Judge Lambert's point, I do think there is some logical reasons that could be articulated as a justification.
Judge Lambert has her hand raised.
Okay, Judge Lambert is recognized.
Thank you, Chair. From what I've heard, I think that we can articulate. I think those go to quality. But the question I had was, if we are questioned, whose responsibility was it to make sure that the audit happened on time? I would think that that would have been the administration's responsibility to do that, right? So was it the auditor's responsibility to tell the commission that it was late, or were we the one who gets the ball rolling?
Go
I
ahead,
can
Judge.
answer that. On our end, it's always going to be the administration who's responsible for it. So it'd be the executive director. But when they're not getting things from the executive director, most auditors also CC the chair of the board, council, or commission just to keep them in the loop, or the CFO, but we didn't have a CFO. So that happens long before the 30-day mark of you need to hurry up and get us this stuff where we're not getting it. And that's where I think somebody could have been more proactive. And then when you get your audit report after, we didn't have an auditor come in and report to us. And in fact, this last year, we didn't even know that it was already going to be past due until after we met you. And so I feel like an auditor, yeah, there's some responsibilities that they have secondarily to whoever the executive director is. But if they're your client, you want to set them up for success, you would at least email the chairman and say, hey, you guys still haven't gotten this done and it's only less than $500,000. Like, let's knock it out. And that didn't happen. So, and I also think there are several recommendations that any audit firm would have seen that should have been brought to the commission at any point each year to present. they've not presented since I've been here. And I've been around for 2 years, 3 years. They've never come before this commission. Most auditors will come before your commission and they'll talk to you. They'll tell you what your audit findings are and they'll give you your recommendations of other things. The only recommendations we've gotten is from our CFO. And she started just, when did you start? In October. We learned more with her than we did from the auditors or from others of some of the issues that were going on. And she's not an auditor. So I just know that there's a higher expectation for an audit firm that should be resulted into some of this aspect that needs to be considered.
And Treasurer, to your point about presenting to the commission, I do think that's important. And, you know, I've been chair since October of last year. And when when the audit was completed, and I knew it was completed, I offered opportunity for the auditors to address the commission on this agenda. I think at the January meeting, the February meeting, and it didn't happen, but wanted them to do that. So I think that is an important point that was raised. Executive Director Kervin.
Judge Lambert has her hand raised.
Judge Lambert.
Thank you, Chair. The question I have is, were these expectations communicated in the contract? Just if this procurement practice decision is challenged, these are the questions that I imagine will come up. So are we penalizing them for something that we never communicated to them that we wanted or needed? So that's my question on that. I haven't seen the contract, obviously, but it might be useful if you have it in on a PDF or somewhere to take a quick look at what the scope of work is, because if the scope of work says that they operate at the direction of the executive director, and the executive director was not providing adequate direction, penalizing them for that may become a problem for the commission.
Thank you for that, Judge. You know, I believe it's possible CFO might have a copy of that contract and could circulate it. So we could look at it.
I will have to see if I can find a copy of it.
Okay. It might take a few minutes for that. But I do think it's an important point and I would like to see it accommodated. So, Judge, if we could just hang on to that point long enough for us to get that contract and send it to you. So, you know, and circulate it here so we can be on the same page about that. Thank you for raising it,
Mr. Chairman,
Treasurer.
Automio is cheaper by $200. So you'll have to finish check me or let me borrow your computer to do an Excel spreadsheet.
I have a 10 with me.
Oh, I have one. Sorry, I'm used to Christine by me, so I'm staff. So pull out an Excel spreadsheet for me just to make sure I'm right. But the total of the 48,600 on the bottom of without gross receipts tax, that 48,600 and the 58,000 on the Jaramillo needs to factor in the additional 20 hours for each one. So when you factor in the 20 hours, that's an extra 9,600. So that puts them right on each other.
Okay, so we're in a situation where Armio and we have people on par at the same level. Is that what I'm understanding?
I think it's only a 200.
Thank you for doing all this. We didn't have a better person to do it. Appreciate you doing this.
Just send everybody an email.
Oh, okay.
Well, Dabney, I don't think I have an email.
Jay. Yeah.
So we can move on to something
Oh, there it
else. So
Three at email? Okay. I just sent everybody the contracts.
Forward or?
Let's see. Where we are is, let's see, Treasurer's, I think, doing some calculations that she's gonna bring clarity to us as to which is the actual lowest cost bidder under these circumstances. That'll be helpful, so we'll wait for that. The contracts have been circulated, so we'll wait for folks to have a chance to look at that. I think that we may, let's see, why don't we? Why don't we just put a pin in this because we actually going to take action on this item, a couple agenda items down lower on the agenda. Then we're gonna have to decide what we're gonna do. Right now, all this is discussion and getting information and receiving a presentation from the executive director and the CFO. So let's call it good on this presentation for right now. We can discuss it further when we come to the action item. Let's resume the presentation from the exec director and the CFO. And the next item on that list is Youth Leadership Conference update.
All right. Okay, everyone. So the 2025 New Mexico Martin Luther King Junior Youth Leadership Conference will be Mapping the Dream, Finding Your Blueprint, directly drawn from Dr. King's address to a junior high school in 1967, where he is encouraging the students to think about their own self-worth, how they can make an impact in their community through the themes of love, peace, and beauty. It's free to all participants and volunteers. These are the learning outcomes that I did develop that will be provided to each speaker and presenter at the conference, and that they'll be expected to incorporate into their presentations with the youth. There's also been an emphasis on having an interactive and engaging component of their presentation, as well as the meeting that I previously had with the keynote speaker, who I'll share more about that in the next slide. But just some details. The conference date is June 19th to the 20th. June 19th to the 20th, 2025. Will be at the Clovis Civic Center in Clovis, New Mexico. As of yesterday, before I left the office, we had 9 registered participants, but I have had a number of parents as well as community members emailing me to ask questions and letting me know that they do plan on registering the youth for the conference. And there is a plan in place in the event that we need to do extend the registration period. Currently, it's set to close at June 5th, but that'll be reevaluated as we look at the number of registrants. The keynote speaker, tentatively, hopefully, will be George Conscious Lee. He is an educator. His platform primarily intersects at socio-political issues and popular culture. He has an amassed following across social medias of over 3 million followers. I've previously worked with him in my previous role at the University of New Mexico. We spoke this week about if he would accept the invitation to come to New Mexico to be the keynote speaker for this conference, and he did say yes. So I am planning to work on his contract. I am very confident that he will connect with the youth. I encourage you all to look him up. An easy Google search will show you how engaging and captivating he can be, and even how he presents seems to draw in younger audiences. Remaining tasks for that conference is to do continued promotion. So I am being supported by the local Clovis MLK Commission in terms of promotion, getting flyers up, getting them circulated virtually and in person, getting contacts with the Eastern New Mexico News, getting contacts so that the flyer is circulated to different youth and parents in the school district, as well as radio stations. I also need to finalize the transportation and the lodging for those who will be traveling from outside of Clovis to participate. In terms of transportation, I spoke with the Clovis area transit system to discuss if transportation is a need, and they said absolutely yes. So I'm working on providing a shuttle system so that students or participants who don't have who wouldn't have transportation to and from the Civic Center for the opening session or for the day of the breakout sessions will have that transportation. Any questions?
Any questions? All right, thank you for that update and for your efforts to plan that. Now to the next item on the bullet point for your presentation is about the vision for the commission.
Yes, before I move on to that, I would just like to ask that if you have not or replied to my email about if you'll be in attendance for the Youth Leadership Conference, please do so that I can make proper arrangements for you. And I'll follow up as well, because I know you all get a lot of emails.
Y'all come on out to Clover.
Yeah, oh, come on down. All right, so my vision as the executive director, I've shared this in my interview process and when I was getting hired, but I come to this role with what I like to think is a lifelong experience as a leader from my own upbringing, as well as being involved in career technical student organizations, other student organizations, and then moving into a space of higher education and working with a cultural center as a student success specialist senior. So I have a unique perspective, I feel. Also growing up in this state, I also have that in my experience. But my vision is to advance the commission's mission and vision with impactful programming, collaborations, intentional initiatives that honor the signature programming of the commission, honor its history, but also introduce new opportunities to expand engagement statewide. I want that to be guided by community feedback and the enduring work of Dr. King. So I am an unofficial Africana Studies scholar where I got to get introduced to his teachings and learnings, but I know that a part of my role will be to have a steadfast commitment to learning his philosophies and having an ongoing learning of his legacy and leadership to inform my work as the executive director, as well as meaningful conversations with communities across New Mexico. In addition to my vision, it is essential to me, to my vision and to me, that the commission operates with peak efficiency, ensuring that every program, partnership, and initiative is executed with clarity, purpose, and has a measurable impact. I'm committed to fostering transparency and in the commission's processes, decision-making, and community collaborations, not only building trust and accountability at every level, but operating at a high ethical standard for the state of New Mexico. I'll also just share that I am a person who pays attention to details and thrives in organization and timeliness. And that is something that I want to see for the commission as the executive director. Moving forward, I broke off by kind of the things that I have in mind for implementing for the commission into the three different categories, which are the three different categories of our vision: collaboration, coordination, and cooperation. So for collaboration, providing instructional materials for teach-ins, nonviolence interventions, and accessible MLK literature. So I would like to one day, and it crosses over into the other categories, but I would like the office of the commission to be able to be open to the public to access the teachings, works of Dr. King to learn, if that's something that they wish to do. Also, the statewide MLK Junior Ambassadors who are carrying out the vision and mission of the commission and learning more about the principles of nonviolence and Dr. King's philosophies across the state. Expanding Dream Weekend, multi-generational programs informed by feedback from the strategic planning survey. I know that youth has been a primary focus of the commission, but again, I want to honor the commission's history, and I know that there are people in the state who could speak to that, what they felt the intention the commission was created for, and even their own experience with Dr. King's philosophies and teachings. Strengthening our connection to the King Center and other state MLK commissions. I've started this a little bit by connecting with them on social media and just observing from afar what they do in different states. And then as well, I'm heavily connected to the King Center and reposted a lot of their social media posts, and I plan on building that relationship and strengthening it. Data-driven research, youth reading challenge, more in cooperation. I think that there's some visibility that can happen for the commission. So having the shared library, but also having like a digital platform to hear about those different stories that I talked about with the multi-generational program, and maybe a podcast series that could feature maybe all of you commissioners and how you've experienced the commission and what you've learned, or how you align your work with Dr. King's legacy. And then, of course, expanding opportunities for the public to be trained in the principles of nonviolence and the philosophies of Dr. King. I would like to just highlight here that these aren't all my direct ideas. This is a combination of ideas that I had and ideas from the one pager that was shown to legislators during the legislative session to increase funding for the commission. So I also want to honor what we said we would be doing for the state of New Mexico to receive those funds. And I would also like to just reiterate that some of these are ideas. Ideas might shift or change depending on what the community is saying through our strategic planning survey. So if they have a complete different point of view on what they want or what they need and resources for the community, then this will shift. Any questions?
I just say I thank you for being so thorough and comprehensive in your presentation and in your thinking and your vision for the commission, for honoring the work that was done and communicated to the legislators earlier this year, and incorporating that, for respecting the work that the Strategic Planning Committee has been doing and wanting to collect information from the community about what the community wants to see done, and you know, understanding that what the community wants needs to be reflected in what we do. Thank you for bringing that all together and helping us to, being motivated to help us do that. It really means a lot to see it presented this way, and really appreciate that. So any other questions or comments on this?
Mine's a comment, maybe a recommendation.
Commissioner Dabney?
So I enjoyed your presentations. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I had one more slide, but I can do it after you give your comments. I think I need to go back to answer a question that Treasurer Montoya had.
Let's let,
Okay,
you want to, okay, we'll come back to it.
okay.
Okay,
I think it was, okay, it was in regards to the financial update, and I believe Treasurer Montoya had asked other ways to expend our remaining funds that we have in the budget. So I'm not sure if I know Chair West, Madam Vice Chair have recently, and Secretary Rothini visited the commission's office to take a look around, but there are records and documents in the commission's office that are over 20 years old. And I think that it would be most efficient and to the commission's benefit to have them accessible in a way where you can search through those documents digitally. So one of the ways that I'm hoping I can explore a way to do some record management and digitization of those documents so that all of these forms, whatever may have you, are in these filing cabinets, are accessible with like a search or digital platform. And then in addition to that, office upgrades. So I would like to paint, as well as buy some new furniture, replace the copier that's about 6 years old now, and upgrade some technology for the commission as well. And then again, updated promotional materials. So there's a banner that I believe needs to be updated and some additional things that might need to be purchased for the commission's marketing. That will be long lasting. So not things that can be used year after year that aren't specific to 1 year, have things specific to 1 year. Sorry about that. But yes, now I would take questions. Thank you all for your attention.
okay, and thank you for circling back to make sure you gave careful attention to the treasurer's question. Commissioner Dabney?
That was a good segue into my comments I was gonna have. Was her vision for the commission, her 3 Cs: collaboration, coordination, cooperation. I would say maybe a fourth one, communication.
Mhm.
And you touched on using the tools to digitize some of the files and data you have, and that ties into coordination of data-driven research and tools. I would like to make the recommendation is to look into the use of AI tools and being able to use AI platforms or language models like ChatGPT, providing the director a paid account where she can use that to enhance her communication out to the public and also streamline efficiencies where she may be able to utilize that tool. I don't see there's a risk of putting things into ChatGPT because we are a public commission.
Thank you, Commissioner Dabney.
All right, thank you for the recommendation. And all right, so unless any other questions, comments for the executive director on her presentation, I think that I have one. Last meeting in March, we talked about budget adjustment requests.
Yes.
What's the situation with that? Is there a deadline? Does the commission need to approve anything?
The deadline for a budget adjustment request is June 6th. And if you look in my packet, you'll see that the 400 category was, when I ran the numbers, and again, financial accounting is not my biggest strong suit, which is why so thankful for Lisa. What I had ran was going to go over in the 400 category. That was not going to take us over the budget, of course, because of what we have remaining. So I was thinking we needed a budget adjustment request for that. But I would need to meet with, CFO Lisa Jennings to discuss. The deadline is June 6th.
Okay, and that's something that you can handle for us as exec director without needing commission approval, is that right?
I believe so. I would need to double check your bylaws. I didn't see anything when I searched before, but I can search again.
So my thought on that, Mr. Chairman, is that because she's spending in accordance with how you guys are wanting her to spend, and we're trying to use off some of the excess 200 category, as long as you guys are okay with us doing that, yes, we will do the bar for the appropriate amount with your blessing. Like, but then I don't think we'll have to actually go to you and say, okay, please actually sign this for us.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because
Okay,
all the approval is actually done in share, and share doesn't differentiate on state agencies between whether you have a commission, an elected official, or whoever. It says, hey, executive director, you need to sign this.
okay. When it does sound like we reached I think a collective understanding that, you know, we don't want to revert funds and we need to use them, and that we look to the executive director to exercise her discretion on how to make that happen before the end of the fiscal year. So, based off what you just said, CFO Jennings, and, based off what the executive director said, unless anybody has concerns with it, I think we just look to the exec director to submit the budget adjustment request if it's necessary and meet the deadline. Okay, all right then. So,
Chair, Mayor.
Vice Chair.
And so, thank you for everything that you have, presented on. I was just gonna ask you to mention something about the shared, library.
Mhm.
And I just kind of thinking about access across the state. And I don't know if we've talked on this or not, but, some of my thoughts would be, instead of trying to have, like, create a library at the APAC, if we were able to partner with libraries across the state to have like a um, King literature, where, you know, we were able to kind of, you know, see what's what about, you know, what offerings they have for varying age groups, but basically try to do something like that in collaboration with libraries across the state, so that people could go in and locate, you know, some cool information in that space.
Absolutely. I believe that was, what was in the one picture and
Okay.
what I shared there all over. Yeah.
Okay, seeing no other questions or comments for the executive director?
I have a question for you all. if I may.
Okay, executive director.
I was mentioned before to add someone to the website. Would you all like to be added? Is there anyone who's social media savvy who would like to be added to the social media accounts? All right, it's now in a place where it can be recovered if I was not here, but
You can add me. That's savvy, but I know how to use social media.
okay.
So I'm gonna say I do the Clovis one, so that'd be fine, but website stuff.
I'm so sorry, but I have like 7 accounts and I'm not on any of them.
So
So
it's okay.
Right, we got 2 agenda items standing between us and lunch.
Okay.
All right, so we need to tackle them, and I'm inclined to say that we need to go ahead and tackle them because I feel like it may expedite the process.
Yeah.
Okay. So, item number 9, operating budget review and approval. Possible action. Executive Director Kirby, you have a recommended operating budget for us for the next fiscal year?
Yes, that was sent to everyone via the packet.
Yes, I did see it. They have explained this and they have a recommended budget for us. So my question for you all is there a motion related to that?
So moved.
And the treasurer has moved to approve the budget. Is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Dabney has seconded. Is there any discussion? Executive Director. Kirby?
Yes, I just want to highlight that, this budget was due on May 1st. It was a learning curve for me, being that was, I believe, the start of my third week, end of my second week. I can't remember at this time. How it was processed in the BFM, the budget formulation management system, is how it's presented to you, with the exception of the fact that I did make a change to increase for the state transportation pool, because I would like the commission to have a vehicle. And then in addition to that, I did have to, I believe my salary wasn't matching what my salary actually is.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Mhm.
So I think that we need to, before we vote on this, just recognize, this is an important moment for the commission, where we are now about to approve an operating budget that would be the largest that we've ever had in the commission's history, in 35 years of history. And, unless we forget, we started out with a legislative finance committee recommendation of a 0.04% increase. And we ended the session with over 50% increase in our budget. And we got to take a moment to thank the legislators, the legislative leadership in the House and the Senate and the governor's office and the governor for supporting the commission really in this time, especially in this time. And I want to thank especially to the members of the Legislative Advocacy Committee that went with me over to the legislature to really make the case that the vision of Dr. King is important, especially in this time. And they helped make it clear that investment would be important now. And so, as chair, I personally committed to these legislators and to, the governor's office that we would use these funds for their highest and best purpose. And I know that everybody on the commission, shares that vision with me. And I know the executive director shows that, she shares that, and she shows that she shares that with us as well. And so I have a lot of hope for what we can do with this investment of funds. And with this vote, we just express our thanks for the support that we have received from the leadership in our state. And we're going to do the best we can with it to support our communities. And so just want to take a moment to express that thanks to everybody for all the communication that happened to help make this possible.
I would add to that, what if I do? You guys added in for the budget for next year. And Mark's agreed to keep you.
You're gonna,
What do you mean now?
today's my last day with the commission.
So I was gonna ask earlier, like.
Thank you.
No. So we're still gonna talk to Mark, because there might be still a couple transition things. But she's actually, you guys hired an amazing person.
Yeah.
She has been able to do so much more without my help than her predecessor, which I loved her predecessor. But she is taking on everything, learning, taking the opportunity to go find the material to train herself, even on how to do stuff. So we will still be supporting her through effort, and she can still call me for help. But as of next week, I'll be starting with another agency.
Okay, so that was my first thing. That was a very important aspect. And I'm grateful that you are jumping in so quickly. It's hard for people to share and learn the system and learn the procurement process. But I will tell you, besides all those people you thanked, the people I want to thank is DFA. Because DFA was willing to let us borrow her. She's one of their best. Mark was more than kind to, Mark is in charge, he's right under Secretary Props, but he does this aspect of it. Secretary Props and Mark Malhoff were really instrumental in getting the money into House Bill 2 and working with the governor's office directly. And there's another person in the governor's office, Jennifer Hill, who also went to bat for MLK. And has helped us to make sure we get all of our paperwork done for all of the board members to be here. So for me internally, it really starts with them. Like the legislature puts their beautiful little blessing and bedazzle on it. But the reality is that if we didn't have DFA's support, we would not be where we're at today. And if we didn't get you to be with us, to help her and to help others and to help us to understand what was going on, we wouldn't be where we're at right now today. So I want to thank you. I cannot believe you're leaving us, but I want to thank you for all the work you've done for MLK and really making it your baby, to be supportive of it through working with Beth, through working with the new executive director. It's a lot to do for somebody who's a travel nurse. You have to fix things and heal things up, but you've really helped us get to that point, and so I'm very grateful, and I want you to please extend my gratitude to Mark, because Mark's never in these rooms because he's too busy doing other stuff to make the world go round, but he's a really big rock star in the state of New Mexico. He's one of those quiet ones. And Secretary Props, like, you want him to stay quiet. You don't want to have him in the room. That's bad. But he's very supportive of helping and making sure that things all work out, and they believe in it. And they believe in the mission. And I know that the governor's office hears them a lot more too than just us. So I do want to give them gratitude, and give you gratitude. And I'm thankful that the commission can move forward with somebody that has so many different skill sets to help us with a one-woman show at this point, and that you feel supported by all of us too. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Treasurer. Yeah, when we start with giving gratitude and thanks, it's always just a start. That's just the tip of the iceberg. We have so many people. I didn't even thank the legislative staffers, which was a giant omission, and they were all so helpful as well. And so it's just, we just have to thank everybody for understanding how important Dr. King is in this time, especially. And absolutely, the work that CFO Jennings has done made it into conversations with the legislators and the governor's office, because we had to show that we are accountable with our money and that we have made changes to stop, some of the recurring issues that the commissioners had in the past, no longer. And part of the way that we were able to do that is through some of the things that CFO Jennings has helped us implement, processes to resolve audit findings and make sure that they don't happen again. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Madam Treasurer. It has been a genuine pleasure and an honor to work with all of you guys. It's always sad when I start having to say goodbye, but I know in this case, she's going to be successful, but we're still here to.
That sounds good. We appreciate the support. So together we move onward and upward. And the Secretary Pro Tem to call the roll on the motion to approve the operating budget for the next fiscal year.
Someone vote next.
Commissioner Daphne.
We
You
on.
can go ahead and start the vote and then
Okay.
go slowly.
Okay.
Go slowly.
So I'll start with, Commissioner Judge Tammy Lambert,
Aye.
okay, she voted aye on the approval of the budget. State Treasurer Laura Montoya,
Treasurer votes yes.
yes. Okay, PRC designee Matthew Carroll, I vote yes. Vice Chair Constance Williams,
Yes.
yes. Commissioner Anthony Umi,
Yes.
yes. Chairman Little B West,
I vote yes.
yes. Wait for Commissioner Dabble.
So what we're gonna do is, we're gonna do one of these things that they do in the halls of Congress. They don't have enough votes, and they hold the vote open
Okay,
until they do get enough votes. So we're gonna hold the vote open. And at the same time, I know that Commissioner Dabney had a meeting, a call he had at noon. We're supposed to be eating lunch at noon, so we're gonna hold the vote open across a lunch recess. And then when Commissioner Dabney comes back, we will come back and complete our vote. And then that'll leave us with one more business item before we can proceed with our afternoon presentations. So the vote is open and we'll be in recess.
Oh,
After the treasurer makes a comment.
thank you. I just wanted to let you guys know I did it's not my computer. I did the,
Calculation.
I
We'll,
did the calculation. They're exactly the same other than $12.
okay, all right, so we'll come to that, at our next item of business once we, finish our vote after we finish our recess. Judge Lambert, as far as timing on our recess, in order to keep us on schedule, I'm gonna, truncate our lunch recess. So we'll take, let's take a half hour for lunch. We can keep eating lunch, but we'll be taking the second half hour as a working lunch to try to figure out what we're gonna do with the auditor. And then that'll hopefully have us on track for 1 o'clock to receive the presentation from our visitors this afternoon. Does that
Okay, well,
sound good to everybody?
yes, it sounds like that issue is going to be fine, given the math. But yes, I'm in alignment with that. So come back at 12:38.
12:38, we'll be back.
Okay, see you then.
Thank you, Judge. We'll be
Okay.
in recess.
Okay.
We'll call our abbreviated lunch break recess over, and we'll call the commission back to order for our afternoon session. So we'll be back in order, and where we left off when we went into recess, we held a vote open. The vote that was held open was on approval of the operating budget for the next fiscal year. And so we'll go back to the Secretary Pro Tem to complete calling the roll on that vote.
Okay, Commissioner Joseph Dabney on the budget?
Yes.
Yes, and that's the last vote, so that's 7 in favor.
7 in favor and none opposed.
None opposed, yep.
Then the motion carries. So we have an approved operating budget. And that takes us to the next item on our agenda.
Before you go to the next agenda item though, as far as for the budget, I know there's the 2 full-time employee positions. One's the director, one's the deputy director. I think we need to think about that and figure out if that's what we really wanted to be called. Because if we're not gonna have a CFO, I think it's really important to have a CFO. Not just whether she knows what she's doing on CFO and finances, that's not the point at all. It's a completely different role, and for independence and transparency and to keep you protected and this agency protected, there needs to be that checks and balances. And so, the one thing I would ask for you to authorize, or for this board to authorize, is the direction of trying to find a CFO, and that CFO is gonna be really hard to do. Wait, are you leaving?
I'll be back.
Oh, no, wait. Motion to approve for Hadamio auditors, we can talk about that in a minute. Hadamio law firm, auditing firm, they're $12.50 cheaper than the other ones.
Okay.
Yes.
Judge Lambert, second the motion. Okay. You could be here long enough for this discussion?
Not for the discussion.
So just-
I could do the roll.
Okay, he was saying he had to leave at about 12:52, so
I
there's
can
4
do the
minutes.
roll for
I
you.
can do the roll. Is there a discussion?
Is there?
Have those.
I don't think so.
Okay, all right. So the
Okay.
motion is to approve RMO, is made by treasurer and seconded by Judge Lambert.
Member Carol?
Yes. There was no discussion on that?
No.
No discussion.
There's no
Well,
discussion.
I did have a question about it. Just for the record, I need to be clear. Well, who is the lowest price bidder
I
on
just
it?
told you, Hadamio is the lowest by $12.50.
What per unit?
So we are making a motion to approve Hadamio auditing firm for a 4-year contract with 1-year renewals,
Okay,
and she seconded the
yes. And she seconded the motion.
Yeah.
And the $12.50 is the unit price, which is by the hour. That's Mr. Dabney's question. Is that right?
I just put the total overall at the end was that Hadamio is cheaper than SJT, and you here use your,
At the end of,
the end of the full 4 years.
Okay.
In total, it's $12.50.
So we keep the same one?
No,
So
Moving to
SJT is the,
Okay.
so we have,
SAT is present.
yes, sir.
there you go, there's the numbers, like,
Okay, so everybody, Vice Chair, you have,
Well, I was just gonna, I'm gonna call the roll before he leaves.
okay, well, I'm just making sure everybody has a chance to ask whatever questions they have to make sure everybody's on the same page. Hearing no further discussion. Vice Chair to call the roll.
Alrighty, I'll start with Commissioner Pearl.
Yes.
Alrighty. All right.
Be back, everybody.
Thank you. State Treasurer Montoya,
Yes.
Judge Lambert,
Yes.
Commissioner Dabney.
Yes.
Um, Commissioner Umi,
Yes.
Vice Chair Williams, yes, and Chair West.
Yes.
All right, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 in favor. None opposed. All right. Is that the last of the business that we
That's
need
the
to vote?
last of our business, sir. At this point, so we have, thank you, appreciate it. At this point on our agenda, we, oh, the motion carries. That's right. Yeah, motion carries. 7 in favor, none opposed. So we're good there. At this point on our agenda, we have a couple of afternoon presentations to give attention to a very important topic, which is the status of civil rights and developments that, especially as they have occurred in 2025. We have a couple of distinguished speakers who thankfully have been willing to come to us and present to us. I think really both of them will be here with us in person. The first is scheduled to speak to us at 1 o'clock. And the second will speak after the first one, but it being 12:52, neither of them are here yet. So what I think we can do is well, we just
Upcoming events right away.
coming to them.
In the next meeting.
Okay, we covered that. So our next meeting is the annual meeting, and it will be on June 25th at 11 o'clock. It will be in Albuquerque, location to be determined. The executive director is working on the location, likely to be held in conjunction, the same location with the community listening session and programming that she has in mind, which is likely to occur the next day, as I understand it. So she's working on arranging that for us, so we're very thankful. So we'll hold the specific location in Albuquerque to be determined, but June 25th for our annual meeting. Also, we have, as the executive director has already told us about, we have in Clovis coming up, Youth Leadership Conference, June, basically Juneteenth, June 19th, June 20th. And the executive director has given us a flyer that has covered all those dates and times as well. Executive director, anything else you want to cover on upcoming events?
I don't believe so.
June 14th, we talked about that.
Oh, the
We'll get some
Albuquerque, yes.
commissioners signed up to represent Albuquerque Juneteenth. Yeah, so we look forward to doing that together. I'll definitely sign up for a time slot, and some other commissioners I'm sure will join.
So the MLK youth group on the 19th and 20th is at the same time as the 88th annual conference for Curry County. And then I know you
Waco.
mentioned some other dates that are happening around that time in your community. For those.
Basically, the Juneteenth celebration itself is gonna be the 21st, which is that Saturday, all day.
Where is that at?
That is going to be at Potter's Park, which is, basically it's 501 Upsilon, UPSILON.
Otters, Potters?
Mhm.
Okay. And then as far as commissioners going, I learned through this process that we don't have a P card yet. They have to do the procurement stuff before you do that. But even at that, like I don't have a P card, they all have two of them have a P card.
Is that a purchase card?
A purchase card,
Okay.
a purchase card. So like when we all go to different conferences, you usually would use the P card, and then she would not use her own credit card to hold the room. Use the P card to hold it, and then either you can do the payment of reimbursement, pay it right away when they get there to the rooms, or do the reimbursement. But a lot of people don't have the money to do the reimbursement process, especially if you're doing it for youth. or youth groups. I think it's important to see how we can navigate that. And then are they gonna have rooms, are you gonna have rooms reserved for commissioners at that point?
So I've been discussing, the rooming block, with the Fairfield Inn and Suite, so I have kind of the room set, number of rooms set, and I did account for having the commissioners, yes. But I don't know if we'll have the full amount of commissioners, I need to adjust it.
Okay.
But yes, I do have.
I would hold out as long as you can, because the county commission for all of the state of New Mexico are all gonna be there, and I know it's hard to get hotel rooms.
Okay,
And I will not need a hotel.
okay.
And I will not.
You wouldn't be there. I think I'll send a follow-up email with the RSVP deadline to you all. And after that deadline, if you haven't RSVP, then there shall be no room for you.
You head now?
I believe so, because I think y'all are done with me, right? So, whatever.
Thank you so much for everything.
Thank you for everything, and I'll see you around.
Definitely.
All right.
I'm
Don't
in
know
your
when,
neck
don't know where.
of- I'm in your neck of the neighborhood often enough.
Yes.
So,
Take care.
nice to see all of you. Thank you.
Bye,
so much
thank
for
you.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate you. Okay,
everything.
you too.
She's going.
And then do you have enough swag that you should pay?
She's basically been reassigned to different agencies.
There is, what do you mean, what's currently like in storage and stuff, there's so much. There's a lot, and I wanna buy more, but I also don't wanna have just things sitting in the storage.
Got it.
So I'm gonna do my best to give out some things at these Juneteenth celebrations. Any, y'all want shirts?
I know Constance really wants a shirt.
Okay.
I should have told you wasn't.
I would've, man.
Executive Director Turbin, real quick, can I just confirm we're recording and streaming and all?
Yes, we've been recording this whole time, but I will cut it. Well, wait, no.
We're in order, so.
Okay, never
We're
mind.
good to
I
go.
won't
Thank
edit.
you. I just wanted to make sure.
Mhm.
And right now, we're just awaiting our 1 o'clock presenter. So we could go to recess until they get here. That's not a terrible idea.
Well, can I say something before we do that?
Of course, Judge, go right ahead.
This is again, like in auntie mode, not commissioner mode. The idea of, putting all of those documents, like 20-year-old documents, I'm sure there's a file box of horrors somewhere. I do, tribal court assessments for, for other tribes. And I always hear them saying that they're gonna put their stuff into digitalization. And, it's always a horror. It's a complete time suck. And what might be useful is if somebody was willing to do like an internship or actually get a contract for someone to actually, like scan that stuff little by little, because it's actually a full-time job. I don't know how much you have, but I can imagine it's a lot. So just not telling you what to do, but if there needs to be some resources or something like that, we can keep our mind and heart out for maybe high school students or somebody who's looking for a summer job or something like that, who's kind of tech savvy, because it's important not just to scan it, but putting it in archival format. I come from the days when we had remember floppy disks? And then we put stuff on CDs. You don't know what I'm talking about. That's my.
I know what it looks like. I've never seen one in person.
That's entirely my. It's because technology changes, and so it might. And I know there's a records retention policy with the state, so it might be really good to see if you could get some help with that.
Yes, thank you, Judge Lambert. I want to be very clear, I was never going to do that myself. The plan was always to find a business. I actually had someone contact me who is a minority-owned, woman-owned business that does those types of services.
Okay, yeah, I was hoping a contract or something like that would be best. And then they would help you make sure that you have it in on some sort of archival quality formatting. I think there's an archival PDF that you can use for that. So good, I'm relieved about that because that was worrying me.
Thank you.
I'd actually reached out to, the Fran Angelico Historical Archives to try to find MLK related, newspaper articles, anything that they've had, and they sent a few things,
Are you done with it?
this way.
Mhm.
But yeah, some librarian or some sort of person that can do all that cool stuff.
Mhm.
Close that little box.
That's it.
Waiting for 1 o'clock. Yes.
Well, are you still with it? Oh, hi. Oh.
Your recess.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Are you guys hungry? There's food there, if you guys would like some.
Commissioner Dabney moved to recess until our 1 o'clock guest to present arrives. Second.
Second.
Okay,
So
move
do
to
we have to-
second,
Okay.
third, fourth, fifth, and sixth. Now I don't hear any objections. We'll be in recess, Judge. We'll be back soon. We're in our meeting back to order. And
You need a second on that? Not a recess?
we can, if you want, let's don't do it though, because I think I can just do it
Okay.
and save us some time.
Understood.
Back in order. All right, so we're back in order and we're on item number 13 of our agenda and civil rights in 2025. And as I put together today's agenda for our retreat, I wanted to be sure we took some time to focus on what's happening in civil rights in 2025. You know, I recently read a quote from a gentleman that is the executive director and CEO of the Lyndon Baines Johnson Foundation. And it really bothered me. I was already bothered, but it really bothered me when I read that he said that this is certainly the biggest rollback of civil rights since Reconstruction. That's really something to have to read. And so I wanted to be sure that we took some time to really consider what is happening in the civil rights landscape. I was really fortunate to find two, not one, but two experts in civil rights who in New Mexico who are willing to present to us, give us their perspectives on what is happening and the work that they are doing. And so we start first this afternoon with the privilege of receiving a presentation from Mr. Leon Howard. And he is the executive director of the American Civil Liberties Union of New Mexico. And he is here to speak to us. He has a very impressive resume, and his bio is attached to today's agenda. So, Mr. Howard, seated next to me, want to be sure to welcome you to the King Commission. Thank you so much for being here. And sir, you have the floor.
All right, well, thank you so much, Commissioner, Chair West. It's just great to be here. Now that, you know, we're connected, Executive Director Danielle asked me where's my presentation, and I didn't bring a slide deck. So next year, maybe I'll get a slide deck, because we're not gonna be out of the mess we're in by next year with this rollback that was just discussed. So today I think I'll talk a little bit about our organization, just so you're kind of aware of how the ACLU operates in New Mexico, how we're connected to the national organization, what our priorities are, what we did to prepare for this moment, and how we're responding to this moment when all of our communities are basically under attack. We see this EDIB language being weaponized in ways that are discrediting Black people all across our country. Our immigrant communities are under attack. Women who are seeking reproductive health services, our educational institutions, and nonprofit structures themselves. So it's really hard to focus when they have this kind of flood the zone tactic of rolling back so many protections that we've been working to advance to create equity in our systems, in our communities, country, etc. So the ACLU is a national organization. There's 54 affiliates. Each state has an affiliate. California has a couple, DC, Puerto Rico. You add that up, it's a network of 54 autonomous affiliates that are all combined by the national office, which has an office in New York primarily, but their political wing is in DC and there's office in San Francisco. And so it's the largest civil liberties organization in the country. And here in New Mexico, I have the affiliate where we have about 30 staff. And we're broken up into, in terms of programmatically, of course, there's a back end with HR, administration, development, but programmatically, we're split into a legal department, which I come from. I think you see my background, but my background's in litigation as a civil rights attorney. Also a little bit about myself. I'm jumping around here, but I grew up in New Mexico. I moved to Albuquerque in 5th grade into what is coined the International District. And I went to Highland High School in Albuquerque. I went to UNM. I ran track there for a flash. Had some tremendous mentors that led me to law school. And, fast forward 15 years and I'm here now heading the ACLU affiliate. And so we have a legal department, a policy department, which handles kind of our advocacy and all of our legislative work and monitoring what's going on all across the state and school boards and county commissions and city councils to the extent possible whenever we identify that there's a threat to civil rights or civil liberties. And then we have a communications department that helps us do our storytelling, respond to media requests, manages all of our social media and things like that. And so we've gone through, like I'm sure your organization has, and a lot of organizations, strategic planning, and we have 4 strategic priorities here in New Mexico. One, being a border state, it's kind of obvious, immigrant rights. We are a leader in access to reproductive health services in New Mexico, and that's one of our priorities, to protect what we have here in New Mexico when, women's ability to make choices with their doctors about their bodies has been put into politics. Indigenous justice, which is a new priority for us, which is kind of interesting given there's such a rich history and culture here of Native communities. And then our 4th priority is criminal legal system reform, both in the context of pursuing measures to end mass incarceration and also in advocating for constitutional policing. And then there's like this, so that's kind of, we try to be proactive in those areas. And then there's this bucket that we're really known for, that we're reactive. We always have legal cases and policy going on, policy initiatives going in spaces around privacy, speech, LGBTQ plus rights, and then just anything under the Bill of Rights, like due process issues and things like that, access to information. So there's a whole wide array of kind of work we do that is all contained under like rights that we've come to recognize under the Bill of Rights. And we view all of our work through a racial justice lens. And so we try really hard, which is not a traditional space. Like ACLU's pretty well known for being a white-led organization. And there's kind of been a shift as we've worked with more impacted communities. We brought more impacted people. Law student here was just asking about me about my colleague who's a former reporter, but who also overcame addiction and is formerly incarcerated. We lost him last year. His name's Baron Lamont Jones, one of my most cherished colleagues. And so we brought a lot more system impacted people into the organization as well. And so when we've taken that kind of shift, like our work looks a little bit different than just being known as just this staunch First Amendment organization at all costs, especially here in New Mexico. We try to analyze our issues through a way that we're considering the communities we work with, whether it's the immigrant community, the LGBT plus community, the Black community. We try to balance the harm to those communities if we're to pursue something. And so that is kind of the scope, like high level of how we operate and how we organize our advocacy. But then, you know, we were leading up to this moment that we're currently in, where we're hearing this like kind of rollback of civil rights that Mr. West talked about. And as much as we didn't want to believe it, it was not looking good in terms of, you know, getting a second Trump administration. And so we went through a process to try to help us weed out our issues and be able to respond to what's happening in this federal administration. So pretty early on, being a border state, a lot of the stuff you hear, you see in the news around our immigrant communities is front and center here in New Mexico. We have 3 detention facilities here that house asylum seekers and people who are caught up in the immigration system. I'm a dumb jock, like by nature. And so I value the Super Bowl, but this particular Super Bowl is helping our legal team work on a brief to prevent the transport of our clients here in New Mexico to Guantanamo Bay. Like, that is something you can't even prepare for. Like, the fact that that even comes out of my mouth, that, you know, clients here in New Mexico are subject to being sent to Guantanamo Bay is just like crazy talk. And we got a federal judge down in Las Cruces to issue a TRO, grant a TRO we applied for over the weekend to prevent that from happening here. Another thing, temporary restraining order. It's basically, if you hear it, so there's a lot of stuff coming out through these Trump executive orders and things he's doing. And you'll get organizations like the ACLU or otherwise that try to file actions in federal courts to put a pause to stop what's happening. And when you go through the TRO process, what the judge is looking at is just like looking at what you've presented and on its face, what is the likelihood of success? And so we're saying, like, you know, there's lack of due process, lack of access to counsel, all of these arguments to the judge, and saying on its face, the arguments you're making, if you're right, you're probably going to succeed in this. So I'm going to stop this from happening. And then there's like a separate process that can happen after that. Yeah. The second federal TRO that we got was on behalf of an international student from Ghana that goes to New Mexico Tech. Just woke up one day and learned that his international visa status had been stripped. And we came to learn that there were several more at New Mexico State and UNM, these international students, but we kind of focused in on the student from Ghana, no criminal history, had something in his background. When he was traveling here for a conference, he got turned away arbitrarily because of his country of origin. And that created some sort of red flag for this administration to strip his student visa status, even though that happened like 20 years ago. And so we filed an action on behalf of this student, basically saying there's been no due process connected to this privilege he has to be here under an international student visa to be in a doctoral program at New Mexico State. And we got a federal judge to issue a TRO there. So that's some of the work we're doing. Like when we see things that are impacting New Mexico, you're going to hear so many things happening in the news. And sometimes our national office will take an issue, but for the people here in New Mexico, we're really trying to respond and at least get the courts to step in when there's these injustices happening. But it's not all about, our work's not all about responding to this federal administration. There's a lot of work to be done that we're focusing on the state level. And what that looks like is putting in protections on a state level to create greater protections for people in New Mexico and equipping, I know we have folks here from the New Mexico DOJ. We've done some work with them, particularly around issuing guidance to state agencies and sensitive locations like churches, schools. So they have guidance from our AG and they have guidance to be able to know what to do if ICE comes and knocks on a school door or a church door. And create like protections in the law and guidance here in New Mexico to help people here feel empowered to resist our resources going to federal immigration enforcement or federal enforcement that we view as unconstitutional or anti-civil rights. And so one of the best things that has happened in our state over the last several years, in 2021, we passed the New Mexico Civil Rights Act, which is the best state law that uses our state constitution, which provides greater protection than its federal counterpart, to be able to bring lawsuits to vindicate the rights when the government violates an individual's rights. And so why is that so important, or what did it look like before? There was no mechanism before 2021 to bring a civil rights action under our state constitution where a plaintiff could be vindicated, compensated. There was just no right of action. And our civil rights statute now creates that right of action. So before that, we had to go to federal courts. And so what that meant is we'd be in federal court trying to argue under the federal constitution. And there's all of these standards like qualified immunity, shock the conscience, deliberate indifference, like these very high hurdles to clear that are put in place to protect government entities when they're sued. And even if you won here on those issues, the government gets this automatic appeal to a court in Denver. So you got judges appointed by the president who sit in Denver with no connection to New Mexico deciding civil rights in New Mexico. And so in 2021, the impetus for getting this law passed was the murders of George Floyd and Breonna Taylor. People were in the streets demanding answers, pressing our legislature, our lawmakers to do something, which forced our governor to create a commission on civil rights, which led to what now we have as the Civil Rights Act. And so I just want to pause there because that's like very powerful here in New Mexico. Other states have a version of this, but it only pertains to the police. Ours, pretty much, like there's exceptions like ASECIA associations and things, but pretty much any government actor that violates somebody's rights in New Mexico can be held accountable under the Civil Rights Act. Question?
Yes, difference between civil rights and human rights.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah,
talk about that. It seems like human rights would preclude civil rights. You know,
Yeah.
civil rights would be only under certain jurisdictions. Human rights would include everything.
I can only give you a technical legalistic answer to that. outside like how we think of human rights internationally and things like that. Not necessarily my wheelhouse, but we do have a New Mexico Human Rights Act. One of the things I'm most proud of, I'll get to this. But our New Mexico Human Rights Act creates rights of action in two contexts. It's a byproduct of the Federal Civil Rights Act. One is public accommodation discrimination. So if we all walked in here today and they're like, sorry, we can't accommodate anything to do with Martin Luther King or Black people in this hotel, that gives our Human Rights Act, our New Mexico Human Rights Act creates a right of action to bring a case under public accommodation discrimination. So when you say human rights, there is a New Mexico Human Rights Act that prohibits public accommodation discrimination. And then the other part of that act prevents employment discrimination. Not necessarily the things I think you mean when you're saying human rights, but that's like my legalistic answer to that.
Okay, thank you.
And that leads me, well, I can bounce around. But so just last or in January, which I don't think was a mistake, one of the cases that was near and dear to my heart, there's this old 1980 case, which basically said students, there's a Black nursing student who lost a case against UNM for discrimination in her nursing program. And the court at that time said something like matters and methods that pertain to an academic program are not a public accommodation. Well, I represented this high school student in the Albuquerque public high school system who was called a bloody Indian by her teacher after a series of events where she cut another Native American student's hair against her will. And so I was looking at the state of the law. Federal court, again, creates all of these protections for the government. You have to prove a pattern, practice, all of these things that have nothing to do with the incident that my client suffered, and that was patently unfair. So we looked at the Human Rights Act and says, like, if we walked into this hotel and they rejected us, we don't have to prove that they didn't have a pattern of doing that. We just have to prove that they did it to us and it harmed us. And so under that theory, we brought the case for this young student. We lost at the district court level here. The judge said, I don't see the difference between a high school student, a university student. It's not a public accommodation. We appealed to the Court of Appeals. The Court of Appeals did some delineation between the constitutional mandate that our state has to provide a constitutional education to all students and this nursing program, and tried to like differentiate it, ruled in our favor. APS appealed to the Court of Appeals, and our New Mexico Supreme Court this January overturned this old UNM case, said that's no longer good law. Our students are protected under our Human Rights Act. And they did it in the first week of the Trump administration when they were rolling back all this EDIB stuff. So I think our state court was sending a signal saying, hey, like, we're civil rights, human rights are still alive and well here. We're overturning this old law. And from now on, our students in protected classes are protected in school settings from discrimination from teachers and those we trust to keep in their care. And so that's kind of the power at this moment. I guess what I'm trying to get through of accessing our state laws and our state courts where possible to define rights here. It's one way to push back. Now there's legal procedures, civil procedures. There's some like reasons why we would still have to go to federal court, but when possible, we're really working hard to create an infrastructure here in New Mexico where at least under our state laws, we're well protected. Another case we just brought 2 weeks ago against the Corrections Department, a class action to end long-term solitary confinement in our state. Our three lead plaintiffs are all Black men, Juwan, Mike Kuntz, and O'Shea. And they're in this program that they arbitrarily get put in that's called the Predatory Behavioral Management Program. Mind you, Barron Jones, another shout out to him, helped pass the Restricted Housing Act in 2019 that ended solitary confinement for people with mental health issues and pregnant women and other vulnerable categories. But all our corrections department did is like create different names for solitary confinement and keep running the programs. And so that's what our class action is about right now, ending long-term solitary confinement, particularly for those folks who have had mental health diagnoses in their past. And we're bringing that under the New Mexico Civil Rights Act because, again, going back to the federal law, if we brought that under the Eighth Amendment, there's this crazy deliberate indifference standard that we probably wouldn't meet. It's been in existence in our country for a long time, but at least here in New Mexico, we're now able to bring that under our state constitution's analog to cruel and unusual punishment. And we're hoping to create a different definition and to give some teeth now, because the Restricted Housing Act is a law, but there's no teeth to it. So if the corrections department doesn't follow it, there's not a whole lot we can do. And so now we brought this case to hopefully develop a law here in New Mexico so that folks actually who are incarcerated or who are going to go back out into our communities one way or another aren't in solitary confinement where they get more hardened, more damaged, more mentally unstable, and actually are provided programming. And when they serve their sentence, their debt to society, for whatever reason they're there, they have a chance to come out and not be more damaged than when they went in. And then lastly, I'll end with like this whole concept of what we're doing to resist. So when I talk about communities that we really care about, or indigenous communities, people seeking reproductive health care services, the immigrant community, communities like ours that are over policed, it all fits under this umbrella of privacy. And so we're really pushing lawmakers at this point to put in provisions that protect our data from big corporations that then send it around. Provisions that limit law enforcement technology like license plate readers, which are good law enforcement tools, but there's no parameter on how long they can store it, that information, what they can use it for. There was just an article that came out 2 days ago about a law enforcement officer that used license plate readers from Texas to see if somebody here was going close to an abortion clinic to try to then prosecute them back in Texas for accessing services here. And so we were trying to put in protections that help providers and our state agencies from sharing information for the purpose of prosecutions that we deem completely illegal here in our state. So the privacy measures, law enforcement technology, data sharing. There may be some other measures we're trying to put in place because that is a real nexus between how our state can fight back, resist to some of the measures we're seeing from the federal government and states that don't have the same values as New Mexico. So I think I could keep it there for now. I know I just talked at you for a long time. I hope it's helpful and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate you providing those thoughts. Let's see if the commissioners have any questions.
I do. Thank you, Mr. Howard.
Yeah.
So you had mentioned about protections for the government, like shock the conscience.
Oh.
And can you list a couple of more of those deliberate protections and maybe why they would use some of that?
Yeah, I mean, they're old by and large federal judge-made doctrines.
Okay.
And so when I say shock the conscience, that's a standard under substantive due process. So due process where a federal judge gets to make a decision. And a clear example is like a teacher whipping a kid now. And so in federal court, there's cases or a teacher fondling a student. There's cases out there where under the shock the conscience standard, it's like, does this shock the conscience of a federal judge? And the judge can say, actually, yeah, that's pretty, I don't know, I cuss a lot. That's pretty bad. And it doesn't shock my conscience though. So therefore I'm going to fine for the school district. Deliberate indifference is a standard under our 8th Amendment, which basically says, did you provide like the minimum amount of care? Did you like slide, a pan of slop under their cell every day, even though they're locked up for 23 hours? You're still caring for the person. So you're not being deliberately indifferent to them. Qualified immunity. That one would take me 2 hours to describe, but that's the big one where people try to sue government entities and you need to prove that that the fact circumstances that you're bringing before the court have happened before so as to put the notice to the government actor that what they did was wrong. So if you can't find a case that is similar, the court says, you know what, like, I don't know. The case on point for excessive force is that you can't like kick somebody with steel toe boots. And in this case, he wasn't wearing steel toe boots. So he didn't know he wasn't able to kick him in the face anymore. And so I'm granting you qualified immunity because this officer wasn't on notice. Like it's got crazy making with the qualified immunity standard. And so here in New Mexico, under our New Mexico Civil Rights Act, qualified immunity is not a defense that government entities can use if a case is brought against the government alleging civil rights violations.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Comments? Okay, Mr. Howard, we really appreciate your time.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
Hope we get to catch up.
Thank you, Mr.
Danielle, next time I'll bring a slide deck. Invite you next year.
All right,
Yeah,
I was just asking them.
Yeah. Hey.
Oh I just really
Yeah. Oh,
today.
very cool. Yeah, so I told you about the ACLU structure. Anjana used to work for our national.
The Women's Rights Project.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hello.
I'm the regulation child law firm.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Howard. You just introduced our second.
Oh, there you go. There we go.
Yes, you
Yeah.
did.
Yeah.
Mr. Monte is now Deputy Counsel at the New Mexico Department of Justice.
Yeah.
And we're so honored to have her to come and speak to us and address also the civil rights landscape and the situation and what is being done. So, Mr. Monte, thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome to the King Commission.
Thank you. See you.
And if you like, you can sit or you can stand, whatever is most comfortable for you.
I'll sit. So can I
Okay.
plug this in? So I actually did do a slide.
Oh, of course.
Would you mind, if I controlled your slide deck
Oh,
before
yeah,
you emailed it to me?
No, that's perfect.
Okay.
Here, let me ask. Do this. So.
I love Karen.
Oh, good, me too.
Yeah.
But I don't, do you know how that happens?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Danielle,
Okay.
listen to. So what we'll do, if you don't mind, is I'm gonna create a. Can I credit anyone?
Yeah.
So I'll copy this link.
Oh, this is great, because I'm.
Oh, yeah. And then if you want to email the link to me that I just copied.
And then that way I can see now presenters next here. Always gonna be reading. Or the whole group is.
It's Danielle, DANNE. LLE. dot Kirven, Kirven, at MLKJRC dot NM.gov. You're welcome.
We also got, oh, thanks so much about that. Introduce my colleagues, so.
Of course. I just want to say that, the New Mexico Department of Justice, and represented here by Mr. Mont has not been sitting idly by in these times. Instead, my understanding is that the Impact Litigation Division has undertaken some important work and has also included some collaboration with other states' attorneys general to bring a number of matters to the attentions of the courts for relief. And Ms. Samant has an impressive resume as well as it relates to civil rights and the work that it takes to protect them. So her resume is also attached to the bio, and her resume is also attached to the agenda. Apologies. So Ms. Samant, we welcome you to the County Commission. Thank you so much for being here, and the floor is yours.
Well, thank you so much for having me here. I do want to introduce two of my colleagues who are in the Impact Litigation Division, Amy Senior and Astrid. I didn't even Carrete. I was like, correct. Carrete. So these are both lawyers two of the lawyers who work with me. And I'm glad this is a smaller group. I appreciate being able to be a little more casual and informal. I did put together a little bit of a slide deck, but please, any questions that folks have. Before even launching into this, I'll just do a big, quick personal introduction. So I'm actually from the East Coast. I grew up in New Jersey and lived for 25 years in Brooklyn. My connection to New Mexico is I clerked here for a federal judge 20 years ago. Made friends, have been coming back all the time, and then a couple years ago decided I wanted to try to move out here, see if I could build community. And so I did, and it's been working out. And so I decided also to lead the ACLU National because I wanted to devote my work to New Mexico itself. And that's why I ended up at the Department of Justice. So that's just a little bit about it. I know we were invited here to talk a little bit about the work that we do. And thanks to Blaine, who told me a little more about the purpose of the meeting. I thought we'd maybe situate this a little bit in a broader context of, how we've, how we've landed here isn't necessarily the right words, but where we are today and certainly I think maybe what our goal and mission is. And I'd love for us to have a continuing relationship after today to talk about and to learn more about what you all see in the community and what you all hear folks see as priorities. I think that's one of the best ways to make our work actually meaningful and relevant is to have connections outside our office space. So really appreciate the opportunity. So the New Mexico Department of Justice homepage, we can stay on the first one, thank you, features a well-known quote from Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. The arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends toward justice. Dr. King delivered these words as part of his 1965 "How long, not long, how long, not now" speech. One of his many calls to civil rights activists and to the Black community to hold on to hope and to continue persevering forward for equal rights, no matter the obstacles thrown in their way. Next slide, please. When he delivered the speech in Montgomery, Alabama, he and thousands of other activists, leaders, and community members had just completed a 54-mile march from Selma to Montgomery over 5 days, escorted by the Alabama National Guard, the FBI, and federal marshals. The federal protection was provided because this was the third attempt at making the Selma to Montgomery trek, and the prior attempts in the preceding weeks had been marred by violence against the marchers and civil rights activists. The first attempt took place on March 7th, 1965, with 500 to 600 or so marchers leaving Selma and making it as far as the Edmund Pettus Bridge. The march was a response to the beating and fatal shooting of state troopers of 24-year-old local activist and deacon Jimmy Lee Jackson, and ongoing obstruction of voter registration efforts in the community. What happened at the bridge, you all met, obviously, probably know really well, became known as Bloody Sunday and a turning point in the civil rights movement. Next slide. See, earlier that day, the county sheriff, Jim Clark, had issued an order for all white men in Dallas County over the age of 21 to report to the courthouse that morning to be deputized. They then formed a line at the base of the bridge facing off the marchers. Next. One of the officers among the troopers ordered the marchers to disband. Civil rights leaders, Reverend Hosea Williams, attempted to speak with the officer who refused. And then within minutes, next slide, the troopers began shoving the demonstrators to the ground, beating them with nightsticks. And I apologize for showing these images, but they're important. Beating them with nightsticks, releasing tear gas, next slide, and ultimately charging the crowd on horseback. Images of the violence were aired on network television that night, sparking widespread disgust and horror at what had.
Let me just make sure, Judge, was that you?
That was Lauren.
Oh,
She muted.
Treasurer, did you need to say something? Okay.
No, I was jumping on the computer at the office. Sorry for that.
Okay, okay.
Next slide. Oops. Okay. And then next one. The second march took place 2 days later, but Dr. King cut it short when a federal court issued a temporary injunction preventing any further marches. Next slide. On March 15th, a few days later, President Lyndon B. Johnson introduced voting rights legislation in an address to a joint session of Congress. The Voting Rights Act would eventually be signed into law 6 months later. Next slide. Meanwhile, on March 17th, a federal judge lifted the earlier injunction that had thwarted the second attempted march, finding that the protesters had a constitutional right to march and that the state could not abridge their First Amendment rights to assemble, demonstrate, and gather peaceably. He further issued an order protecting the marchers from local interference by state and law enforcement, including the state troopers in Dallas County Sheriff Jim Clark. And so finally, on March 25th, Dr. King delivered his How Long, Not Long speech before an estimated 25,000 people in Montgomery, Alabama. Brings me back to where we started. Though the arc may bend towards justice, it is not a smooth curve. It is a jagged, broken, and uneven line, and we are living in particularly jagged times. And this is where the work of the New Mexico Department of Justice Impact Litigation Division comes in. Our division's mission is to select those cases that meaningfully advance justice for and protect the rights of all New Mexicans on a widespread systemic level. The very same civil rights laws and federal entities that were created and expanded in the 1960s and 70s, such as the 1964 Civil Rights Act, which banned segregation in public facilities, prohibited discrimination in employment based on race, color, religion, sex, or national origin. It also created the EEOC, the 1960 Voting Rights Act, the 1968 Fair Housing Act, the 1972 Title IX of the Educational Amendments Act, the 1973 Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act, which protects against disability-based discrimination. Each and every one of these is being undermined by federal actions under the Trump administration. Our division's work to date has in part focused on litigation to, number one, stop the erosion of federal agencies that serve and protect our communities. Number two, restore the programs and funding that go to state and local governments to support New Mexicans, particularly vulnerable ones. And number three, hold our federal officials accountable for their conduct. Next slide, please. To that end, on February 13th, 2025, New Mexico, along with the state attorney generals of Arizona and Michigan, led the filing of a lawsuit to stop the work of Doge and Elon Musk, who since January 20th had been carrying out President Trump's executive orders to delete entire agencies and make it impossible for the federal government to enforce federal civil rights protections. Next slide. While Musk made glib jokes about his and Doge's work, the harm to New Mexico and New Mexican residents has been and continues to be real. For instance, until recently, the U.S. Department of Education, one of Doge's earliest targets, provided close to $1.9 billion in grants to New Mexico alone, including Title I grants that provide supplemental education funding to school districts and charter schools, especially those with high rates of poverty. These funds serve an estimated 26 million students in nearly 90% of all school districts and nearly 60% of all public schools. And these funds are critical to closing the funding gaps between schools and communities with high rates of poverty and their wealthier counterparts. Additionally, through the U.S. Department of Education, New Mexico and other states receive funding through the Individuals with Disabilities Education Grant, which provides formula grants to help us pay the additional cost of providing legally required special education and related services to children with disabilities. In fiscal year 2024, IDEA grants provided over $14 billion to states nationwide, with $109 million coming to New Mexico alone. And that's just how the Department of Education's work supports New Mexico. Doge and Musk, however, have managed to cut and make cuts and program terminations across more than 2 federal agencies that provide support like this and others to our state. Next slide. Earlier this week, on May 28th, a federal court denied Musk, Trump's, and Doge's lawyers' request to dismiss this lawsuit, finding that they could still be held accountable for their role in the drastic restructuring of the federal government. Later that evening, Musk, who has already stated that he was stepping back from his work in Washington, D.C., made his departure official. But Doge continues to chip away at federal protections and agencies, and our litigation likewise will continue to put a stop to their work and make sure that President Trump does not simply install a new Musk or unlawfully install another entity like Doge that is unaccountable to the people, to the courts, or to anyone else for their actions. Next slide. So just some headlines about the ongoing work of Doge as they hack their way through the federal government. Next slide. Next one. And next one. So one of the, looking ahead, I would say one of the, where the New Mexico Department of Justice will also be going as a result of the gutting of federal civil rights offices and agencies is to fill the gap that's being left behind with the firing and departure of hundreds of career Department of Justice at the federal level civil rights attorneys, to the closure and reprioritizing of offices of civil rights in Department of Education, Department of Homeland Security, so on and so forth. There's going to be a real need for agencies at the state level like ours to step in and do the work that ordinarily would have been done at the federal level. Recently, particularly troublesome is President Trump's April 23rd executive order, which directed federal agencies not to enforce laws that prohibit practices and policies that may be neutral in their language when it comes to race, gender, national origin, but result in uneven and unequal impacts. This theory, also known as disparate impact liability, has been a central means for realizing the goals of and enforcing the civil rights of 1964, which is essentially one of the cornerstones of our civil rights enforcement framework. disparate impact theory, which is arose rather to overcome the limitations of disparate treatment claims. So, and I apologize for folks who already know this stuff, but basically what we were finding, or I should say courts, legislators and courts were finding in the 1960s that requirements that plaintiffs or individuals or agencies show actual intent, intentional discrimination, were failing to capture how otherwise neutral policies could nevertheless have a racially disparate impact. So as open discrimination became illegal, you began to see employers using devices like seniority, training prerequisites, or testing as ways to actually enforce their racially discriminatory hiring or promotion practices. And so the US Supreme Court created a new path to hold employers liable in 1971, and that's basically where, which gave rise to this theory. Many experts have credited this theory in particular and the enforcement of it at the federal level for actually having greater change and meaningful impact on employment policies and the protection of minority groups. And so just a little bit about disparate impact liability, facially neutral law that has unequal outcomes. Let's say if I were someone who wanted to bring such a claim, I basically just have to show that my employer has a policy of using a certain kind of test to determine whether or not someone can be promoted to manager. Even though race or gender is nowhere mentioned in the test, it's not a criteria. We're finding that, for instance, women or Black people are consistently passing at, let's say, 60% of the rate of white test takers. So again, there's no race test, it's not mentioned anywhere. What I can do at this point is go to court and say, look, even though it's facially neutral, it's having this unequal and unfair impact. And also the test isn't actually really related to the skills that are necessary for that job. In the 60s, actually, and in fact, through present time, one of the places that these types of tests have been challenged a lot has been in public education. So testing for teachers, fire departments, police departments, where tests end up really gauging more an individual's ability to read, sit through, have patience, as opposed to the skills that if you actually speak to fire officials, teachers, law enforcement, are really the most important ones on the job. And those are always communication. Ask people over and over again, more than being able to haul a fire hose across the street. They want to know that they can be able to talk to their team members, but that's not something we test for. And yet a lot of these tests over the decades have had a disparate impact. So that's a place where this law has. So this is something that, again, under the executive order, President Trump has said, I no longer want federal agencies to, the EEOC, you guys don't be investigating this stuff. He's directed agencies also to look into regulations that basically granted, like the Department of Education and other agencies, authority to look into claims of disparate impact, and said, I want the agency heads to examine those regulations and consider ways in which we can repeal them. Thankfully, and next slide, please. The New Mexico Constitution, I think, gives us some hope here, and this is some of the work that I certainly anticipate the Department of Justice Impact Litigation Group doing. While the New Mexico Constitution, it actually did not track 100% the federal Constitution. So, for instance, it protects rights that are not explicitly guaranteed at the federal level, including, for instance, freedom of elections, criminal victims' rights, as well as bans on sex discrimination and imprisonment for debt. The New Mexico Supreme Court has said, listen, there may be situations where we have a case presented to us, someone is arguing, listen, and I'll jump maybe a little bit off of Leon's examples I was hearing at the end, whether it's in the context of excessive force, maybe it's in the context of whether a search or seizure was lawful. A court may get that in New Mexico, state court may get that and say that, all right, well, under the cases that have been passed by the US Supreme Court, it's clear, or it appears that the federal constitution, it's not clear. It seems like this may be permissible conduct by the authorities. However, the next question in New Mexico that they're gonna ask is it possible that our constitution actually gives greater protections? And this is a space where a lot of civil rights lawyers, academics have really been looking at litigators, advocates in New Mexico, as well as other states that have adopted a similar approach to interpreting their constitution, are looking to see where we can start to find ground and ways in which to make up not just for what might be lacking in the black letter of the law at the federal level, but also what may be lacking in terms of their new quote unquote priorities and how they are interpreting civil rights protections. So this is kind of where I see us going, and I'm gonna stop there. And I would welcome questions for myself, my colleagues. Happy to answer anything I can.
Are these employer tests based on objective evidence or subjective?
So it really depends. In a prior life, I worked on a litigation that challenged New York City's written paper and test exams as discriminatory against Black and Hispanic test takers. So I can talk about that example. So in that case, so this was like a multiple choice test. And you had seen from the 90s, and then when I joined this litigation, we were in like 2008 or 2009. But since the 90s, the Black Fraternal Organization of Firefighters, which we represented at that time, the Vulcans, had been saying, listen, number one, you guys aren't recruiting for Black communities. And much like, and as is the history of public civil service, public employment, these are jobs that 50s, 60s, 70s, right? These were secure jobs, these were union jobs. These are jobs where your dad worked, your daughter, your son got that job, your uncle worked. They were really, people knew how to, knew that they provided security, they provided retirement. These were like excellent, get your foot in the door, middle class and beyond jobs. And they were policed, sorry to use that word, heavily along race lines. But as in the 1960s, the civil rights laws were passed, it became harder and harder, just flat out, keep people locked down. So they adopt these exams. What we ended up learning is first thing that we saw was that statistically, there's a test, there's a number that courts have used, and it's like an 80% difference between how, let's say, the majority group, the white group, and the non-white is passing. We were seeing in New York City firefighter disparities along racial lines that hit that mark year after year after year after year. And so after a certain point, it's like, all right, well, what's going on? Well, let's find out. Does this test actually test for the skills that you need to be a successful firefighter? Right. And so one of the things that came out during this, and we saw this as we were speaking with firefighters, organizations, minority, fraternal organization, other parts of the country, that this is a very common thing, that you'll have a paper and pen test, people who can either afford to do a prep course or who have family members who can tell them, this is what you're going to deal with, who get training, who, have that support network, continue to do well. But then at the end of the day, when we spoke with captains and even like line firefighters, everyone consistently said, what's the most important thing? What's the most important thing when you're at a call? And everyone, communication. I don't need to be able to read a manual, right? Like, so the fact that you have to read a test, read a manual, read a passage, reading comprehension. No one's sitting there at the, hooking up a fire hose, reading a manual at that moment. But what they're doing is shouting orders to each other, right? Like, can you communicate quickly, effectively, and can you cooperate in a high stress situation? However, they don't test for that, right? And so this was and so we put together at that time. And so this, like I said, this has been a very common, if someone were to do research, you'll see this is a common type of challenge. And this is the common evidence and story you would see in firefighter exams, police exams across the country over like 20 years.
Social work exam.
Social work is, yes, exactly, yes, very much so, right? Like they don't test for the skills that actually, and then, you know, you end up in a world, however, like today, right, where the language of civil rights and meritocracy and fairness and and really meritocracy is being twisted. And so now there's this backlash against DEI. Musk himself, early in January, right? He was like, DEI is the reason our planes are going down, right? And so what we're in a challenge, and I think we've been in this position for a while, but now it's just gained a lot more momentum of having to fight that narrative, right? That story, because that's what people will come back to with these exams. Oh, so now we're gonna have people who aren't really qualified without really thinking through, like, I mean, you know, I turn to people, I'm like, well, you've got to hire someone. You're gonna make them say, what's the most important thing that you want to know about them, right? Like, just think about it for yourself. Who do you want to be working with? And with your job, there are going to be certain skills that are the most important. And that's true for every employee. So, a little bit tangential.
Thank you.
I'll ask,
Go ahead, you go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I asked you the same question I asked Mr. Howard about the difference between civil rights and human rights and
Mhm.
how that litigation goes about.
Oh, wow. So yeah, what is the difference? I mean, depends on who you ask, right? I think some people would say the US we only protect civil rights, right? And I think there are other people who really fought hard, a lot of like academics definitely and lawyers who said like, no, human rights are there. They're a part of not only are some of them embedded in our constitution, but you know, the US is a party, even if they're not to every single, and actually not a party, or the Senate hasn't ratified the vast majority of human rights obligations, but we are still party to the UN Charter. We're a party to actually Inter-American Declaration on Human Rights. We are a party to the International's Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, the Convention Against Torture, which is a big issue right now with the deportation, the mass deportations that we're seeing. So those are treaties that have been ratified. And also, if I may, civil rights are human rights, and a lot of times those norms that are present in the international instruments are very much reflected in both our national constitution and, as Angela just pointed out, state constitution. So for example, in New Mexico, your constitution has education rights that are, you know, present in the Convention on the Rights of Children at the international level, the socioeconomic charter. So that's good news for New Mexico.
Thank you.
So thank you very much for the presentation. And I was kind of thinking, well, she brought up about the states, right? So it seems to me like, and I've heard President Trump speak about the idea of states' rights and sending things back to the state and stuff of that nature. So it seems to be like, you know, that's kind of the focus. So with New Mexico's constitution, do you feel like we are ahead of many states as far as constitutional protections that are afforded to New Mexicans? Are there other states that are doing it even better than New Mexico, and or states that are like, because I would imagine and assume like Mississippi and some of these other places are, you know, maybe don't have some of these same rights, but that's kind of, it seems like, okay, send this back to the states to see whether or not the people within the state will allow that threshold to be or to be.
You know, and I would say it totally varies, right? So like one example in New Mexico's constitution. And so for one, there's the stuff that's just written out there, right, to an equal education, right? And then there's the other layer of kind of like, what have the courts interpreted? So like, for instance, in New Mexico, the Fourth Amendment, right? Protections against search and seizure. The New Mexico State Supreme Court has said our protections under the state constitution go further than what happens under the federal constitution. And there are some other states that have said that as well. Pennsylvania has said that. Delaware has said that. The challenge is they say that, okay, our protections go broader, but they don't necessarily say this is how. So, and I think that's also the case in New Mexico, is unfortunately, for better or worse, how do we find out just where that line is lawyers are gonna have to bring those cases. What I would say with New Mexico though is, you know, the state Supreme Court justices have made very clear, they're like, bring us those cases. We want it, we want to hear it, we want to talk about it, we want to figure out, and we want to give clarity on just what pieces are broader, how they are.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments, commissioners, for Ms. Amon?
What are
Chairman,
some of the top?
Oh,
Go ahead.
go ahead.
thank you for the presentation. So as far as being helpful collaborators or partners with the Department of Justice, what is it that we can do as the MLK Commission or as individuals within different aspects of the state, or even as your state treasurer, to partner with you in supporting these rights and the narrative not shifting from what New Mexico is currently fighting for and has always valued?
Yeah, I mean, I think that last piece is very true, and I think, you know, I will say as a relative newcomer in some ways, like there is absolutely, I think, and reflected in the Constitution, just the state's history and community, there is a value, there are values and culture that are reflected in the state constitution that are just make New Mexico different from kind of both whether it's the legal history or actually what's happening at the federal level right now. And I think really embracing and encouraging that and nourishing that and talking about that more. I think more on a nitty gritty level, we are absolutely want to connect with community members. We want to hear from folks, you know what, this is a recurring, you know, I can't promise you that, you know, the law is a very limited tool. There are things that lawyers can do, and there are things that, you know, social workers or community organizers can do that we can't. There may be, or legislators can do, or policymakers. But that said, our door is always open. We want to see how we can expand the civil rights and civil liberties protections in the Constitution. We're eager to use the tools before us to be creative and really build out at the state level protections that are now being gutted. So I would say, you know, as the commissioners, as you hear of stories, if you know of folks, if you know of repeat bad actors, like, please let us know. We'd love to talk about if there is a strategy that we can use and by which we can get involved.
So I would say, and it's a little bit far off from just what the MLK does, but as it relates to diversity, equity, and inclusion, an aspect that ties in directly with my office is I've been pushing diversity, equity, and inclusion in fund management, right? To bridge the wealth divide, to make sure that there's equality in fund managers. At the national level, a lot of them are very fearful of saying that they're a diverse earned firm or that they do have diversity. A lot of fund managers and firms are deciding to remove the words or change the words or shift quite a bit, just like the universities are. I don't know how engaged you guys will be in any of that conversation, but I did want to just let you all know that I've been at the forefront of that conversation internationally, and then on the boards, councils, and commissions I sit on, which include PARA, ERB, and SIC. SIC just changed their vision statement to include diversity after the Trump administration came into effect. So, or after the Trump election. So I just wanted to point that out. And then we just, the Maryland comptroller and I wrote an article on US News regarding Elon Musk and Tesla and how it's affecting funds and portfolios, not just in pension funds, but everyday New Mexicans who have invested within Tesla. And so I don't know if I might need to call on you all later if I got some people pretty angry about it, but I really think it's important, and I'm grateful to our Department of Justice for standing up very clearly and abruptly saying that New Mexico is very different, our values are different, our Constitution says English and Spanish are both our primary languages, and don't come to our state with all of the rhetoric that you're hearing and feeling in other parts of the country. So thank you guys for doing that.
Thank you.
Vice Chair?
No, thank you very much. It's a lot of thought on this, a lot of things to kind of take into it and see how we can best help.
Now, looking forward to keeping up the conversations.
This is just a comment. So my daughter works in Washington DC.
Uh-huh.
And just kind of what you were talking about funding, she got laid off.
Yeah.
Because of the funding and probably a good chunk of the other people that she graduated with. And she's just sitting right now without a job and they don't have any funding. Yeah. It's really rough there right now. I mean, it's rough everywhere. Don't get me wrong. It's just, I'm directly affected by it 'cause of my daughter.
No, I mean, exactly. We're obviously most connected, and Amy was just actually comes from the Federal Department of Justice and left and came here, and we're really, really grateful to have her expertise. But yeah, we know absolutely, like it's the people who do the work to protect our rights, to make sure the grants that our schools get are approved, that our museums, that our nonprofit cultural institutions, all of them are gone, right? And then now, I mean, we get calls from and emails from folks who are like, listen, I operate a small nonprofit in the Valley, and we were getting $600,000 from National Endowment of the Arts. And now it's gone. And we have this programming. We already paid money. I'm gonna have to like, what do we do? And we see it, and I'll say, I feel like this is, preaching to the choir, but I will say, I personally hope you guys, we're okay with it, but like putting together that presentation was really important to me because, I also do firmly believe I've done social justice work my entire life, but so much of this happens at the cultural arts, level, right? Like the world that I envision, that equal world, isn't just working and being lawyers. It's people who create music, people who record our stories. And it guts me that our public schools, our museums have lost money, right? Groups that were doing cultural preservation after fires and trying to protect artifacts, historic homes, they lost their money, right? So, and we know at the federal level, right, what's happening at the Smithsonian. So to me also, I think in terms of the work that you guys do, showing these pictures, remembering these stories is just as important to me as us getting up in the courtroom and making an argument about why violating the Constitution. So really appreciate the work that y'all do.
Chairman,
Go ahead, Treasurer.
now that you mentioned the arts, I was told that the African American Museum in DC was also being destroyed or removed. Do you know anything about that, or are you guys getting involved in that at all?
So we're not getting involved, and that's more of a kind of legal rules type thing. We don't really have a legal recognized stake, like whether it's called standing or harm or what's your injury. But we have been following closely. It's gutting that the head of Smithsonian, who actually built the African American museum and then moved into the head of the Smithsonian position, had to leave. And it's really, I think, troubling to see what's happening, like this actual deletion of history. And it's part and parcel of gutting the Department of Education, of gutting, NIH grants that look into racially disparate outcomes based on different treatment modalities. Like it's all one part of the same MO.
And Chairman, closer to New Mexico, partially relevant to MLK or indirectly, I guess, the Medicaid cuts being the number one Medicaid recipient, SNAP, all of that's going to impact communities. You have the military bases, the tariffs on uranium. What is the Department of Justice doing right now from a legal standpoint or activist standpoint that maybe we could support you or collaborate or spread the word that you guys are doing these things?
Yeah, so I mean, I'll start backwards on the tariffs. We've been part of the lawsuit that was filed by the states to challenge the tariffs. In a very quick ruling, the court said, yeah, the president does not have the authority to impose these tariffs, struck them within a couple hours. The government went back, and now that's back in appeal. So that's, doing what it does in the legal system. But separate from that, also, you know, the work that we've been doing, we're monitoring, what happens with the reconciliation bill. We see what the proposed cuts are. We recognize that if they go through, they are going to trigger, kind of, a revisiting by the state, under state law of, kind of the Medicaid expansion that New Mexico has. So we're in touch with our other elected officials to make sure that we kind of get the news first and have a sense of what's going on so we can prepare if that means gearing up for litigation or collaborating with other state agencies to push back. So, yeah.
I would just say, and I think I did mention this to Billy Jimenez about the Department of Interior reaching out to us on the legislation that got enacted now, but was from September of 2024 on the Royalty Resiliency Act, and how that also is going to impact New Mexico potentially significantly between now and October on the funding source that we get from the distributions, which New Mexico receives the number one dollar amount of distributions from them. So just want to put that on your radar along with all of these other cuts that might potentially happen with this bill, because I know that New Mexicans are definitely going to struggle through this process.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I have nothing else.
Thank you, Treasurer. Any other commissioner have questions or comments for Ms. Lamont?
No, but thank you.
With that, we have to thank you so much for your perspective. Thank you. Yes, likewise. Thank you again for all your work and everything that you're doing and your colleagues.
Yeah.
Thank you all. Blaine is not dismissed because he's gonna be next on the
I need
agenda.
to shift the owl, more down to focus on the.
Commissioners, while we're still on the subject of civil rights, you know, so much of what we had just discussed, so much was not discussed. There's so much more. There's so much more to it, and also so many more voices and perspectives need to be heard. And certainly more that could be achieved just in our one day meeting here. So my hope is that this conversation will continue at the commission and in our communities so we can do better, more to fulfill our mission. Just is bears repeating, our mission is to, quote, promote Dr. King's philosophy on human rights. Commissioner Umni has mentioned human rights several times today, right? So it says we are to promote Dr. King's philosophy on human rights, equality, nonviolence, social change, and unity interconnectedness to the people of New Mexico through remembrance, celebration, and action. So, you know, our mission is I see it as being urgent under present circumstances and in this time. And the executive director and I have had some conversation about how we continue today's discussion in communities in the state through a series of teach-in events where we can bring in similar, different perspectives, more perspectives on what is happening, and more developments as they happen, what is being done and what should be done to protect our rights. And you know, one thing is for certain, you know, we as a commission, as a community, as a state, as a people, we can't allow Dr. King's work to be undone. That's for sure. We need to be moving forward, not backward. And so I appreciate the time and attention that everybody has given to these presentations this afternoon, and remembrance, celebration, and action. Those in our mission, it tells us some good places to go from here. So with that, we can go to the next item on our agenda, part 1 of 2, annual training on governmental, well, whichever statute Blaine wants to present on, is up to him. But whatever he presents on us for us today, it relieves some pressure from us at next month's meeting. Because the bylaws require us to do this by next month's meeting, so we'll just take some time this afternoon. We'll hear from you, Blaine. You have the floor. Teach us what we need to know.
Great. And I wanted to say, you know, for all coming today, we have some of our summer fellows with us today as well. I'll let them introduce themselves.
I'm Curtis Segara. I grew up in Albuquerque. Now I'm away at law school, but back to learn a little bit more about the Department of Justice here in New Mexico over the summer.
My name is Maricia Marquez, born and raised in Albuquerque. I'm an undergraduate student, actually, a rising junior at Loyola Marymount in LA. And I'm really excited to be a fellow here during summer just to learn about more about what the DOJ does, because my plan is to go to law school and then come back and practice.
So we were lucky to have them with our group today, and I thought this would be a wonderful opportunity, not just to, you know, always hear me talk, but to hear others as well, and especially those important presentations. And I'm glad Anjana was able to come and present to y'all. I thought that was really wonderful. I unfortunately have the availability to follow up with really boring stuff. And so, you know, I get to talk about the Open Meetings Act. I'll cover that today, and then the Inspection of Public Records Act. So also known as OMA and IPRA. I'll leave the Governmental Conduct Act. I can touch on it briefly, but I'll leave that for future training, just to kind of go over a little bit of that as well. So I thought I'd start off just to, because you've heard from a couple of us today, just kind of give you an overview of the whole aspect of the New Mexico Department of Justice. So there's a lot of different areas within that. Our office, you know, can primarily be broken up into criminal and civil. But then we also have Anjana's group, the impact litigation. We have the appellate group, the Solicitor General's group that handles appeals cases, and typically the appellate court and the Supreme Court. But we are within the Government Counsel and Accountability Bureau within the Civil Affairs Division within the New Mexico Department of Justice. So what does that mean to y'all? You've seen my face a lot. You've seen Billy's face a lot, Doug's face a lot. You know, we provide legal advice, counsel services to over 100 different agencies and public bodies around the state. So boards, commissions, departments, agencies. And that's one part of our role. The other part of that is so that falls within the council. The other part of that is the accountability side. So what does that look like? That looks like our attorneys are typically dealing with OMA and IPRA and other transparency laws throughout the state on a regular basis. We work a lot with state auditor, the ethics commission on promoting transparency. And that's really important in our state. We also handle some litigation matters and appeals, especially with administrative decisions for rulemakings, disciplinary actions, those types of things through the district court, through the appellate court. And then we do general reviews. So we review all the school bonds, jail agreements, former employee contract reviews. We do severance tax notes. I know particularly with the treasurer through the Board of Finance, we deal with a lot of bonds and those types of issues. So that is all to say there's a wide breadth of knowledge within the New Mexico Department of Justice. We deal with everything from financing, bonds, contracts, all the way through, you know, civil rights, constitutional issues, appeals issues, everything. So there are a lot of different groups. So I'll talk today mostly about the Inspection of Public Records Act and the Open Meetings Act, and I'll touch briefly on the Governmental Conduct Act. So as I said, Inspection of Public Records Act and the Open Meetings Act are a part of in New Mexico what we call the transparency laws or the sunshine laws. What does that mean generally? That just means that there are laws within our state to promote transparency of what our government is doing to the people. You know, that's a fundamental aspect of New Mexico. I think, you know, as Anjana kind of spoke, there's federally and nationally some things that are happening to kind of take that away at that national level. But here in New Mexico, we protect that. You know, Inspection of Public Records Act is similar to the Freedom of Information Act at the federal level. You might be more familiar with that term, FOIA, at the federal level, but it's a similar concept. It essentially the public has the right to inspect any public records within the state. So they can send in what's called an HIPAA request to any public body. This commission is a public body. And so anything that's deemed a public record would fall within that inspection right. So that's how it's applicable to y'all as a group, is that because you're a public body, you're making public policy through the rules you make, bylaws you have, and then spending that funding and doing the things throughout the state, those records can become public. There is a definition of what a public record is. It includes digital, physical record types, emails, photos, social media posts, text message, websites, metadata. I'll say we're still working on metadata and what exactly that means. But I won't go into that too much. But anything that relates to public business is typically what is a public record, and that's available for inspection. So how does that look from y'all's perspective if someone says, hey, you know, I would like to see the text messages from the chair to the commissioner from this date to this date on this meeting? Well, they would have a right to see those because those are all dealing with public business. It's about this meeting. They were technically public records, so they have a right to inspect all of those. Now, there are exceptions to kind of what can be redacted or withheld, which we'll go over a couple of those here in a minute. But that is generally the function of what HIPAA does. Question I get a lot of times, does that mean my personal phone is subject to HIPAA? The answer is yes, it can mean that it is. So if you're using that personal phone to conduct public business, then yes. Now, if I save my, you know, Amazon shopping list also there, well, that's not really related to public business. So that's falls outside of that request, right? So there could be times where some of those items, personal items, could be subject to that, but just keep in mind, as you know, government appointees and a part of this commission, you are subject to HIPAA. So emails you send are typically public records. I will also say that just because you CC me on it doesn't mean it's attorney-client privileged information all the time. So there are times when that is the case, but just keep that in mind that there are rules for what attorney-client privilege means. And so that's not always necessarily applicable. So part of that is under the HIPAA, there is a records custodian. And so every public body has to appoint one records custodian to handle HIPAA requests. And that person is in charge of, you know, maintaining those records, making sure that they respond to records requests. There's some time limits on those. We'll go over here in a minute. And then there are some fines if those timelines aren't followed. But basically that person is designated as the records custodian. They communicate with the requester. They provide those documents to the requester. They process any invoices or request any fees or handle any fees associated with HIPAA requests. And then basically just ensure that the public body also posts proper notices for HIPAA on conspicuous places, so website, physical location, and detailing what your process is for HIPAA, what any fees are required, those types of things. And so we can go over a little bit more of that. But for the most part, most of the commissioners are not records custodians. I'm not sure if you've been designated the records custodian, but you know, we can spend some time going over all of those in full detail if you want. That timeline itself, there's a 3-day period, is 3 working days to respond to an HIPAA request. So it starts the day the records custodian gets that request, they have to respond. If they can't provide those documents within 3 days, they typically send an acknowledgement letter. It's going to take some time. And then you must permit or deny inspection within 15 calendar days. There is an exception to that for things that are broad or burdensome. So if I ask for the records and it's going to say my records request is going to be 50,000 documents that I'm going to have to prepare. And I'm just one person and I've got 1,000 other requests. That's particularly burdensome. So I would say, well, that's very burdensome. I might reach out to the requester and say, is there a way I could narrow that down? If not, it's going to take me a long time. So I'll be happy to produce them as I can. But this is burdensome. And then that burdensome letter would allow me to extend that request beyond that 15-day statutory period. But I should maintain that contact every like 15 to 30 days and do what we call a rolling production of those records through that time period. So I know that's a lot of jam-packed information. I just want to break right there and see if there's any general questions before I kind of get into some exceptions. Yes.
I have a question. So you mentioned that the, like if there's, business being conducted on a personal phone, those can be IPRID. What about like the personal email?
Yes, same thing. So email, so if we go back to public record, it would be any form. So it could be emails, it could be text messages, any types of documents prepared, those types of things. Drafts also count. So if you have any types of drafts that have been prepared, those can be IPRID as well. So yes, the answer is yes, they could be potentially public records. It also depends on whether or not the subject of the emails and the personal email account would be considered public business.
Thank you.
Any other questions before I kind of get into some of the exceptions? So, okay, so generally there's essentially 12, I believe there's now 13 exceptions to IPRA starting July 1. Some allow for redactions, some allow for withholding. I won't go through the whole list of them because there are some pretty specific lists. But some things that can be withheld are such as those attorney-client privileged information requests. And then there's parts that are considered what are considered personal identifier information. So PII for short. So typically names, social security numbers, those types of things can be redacted from a record. Medical records, there's an exception there. It says otherwise provided by law. Typically where we see that most often is HIPAA. So those medical records are typically withheld from production. So those are some of the exceptions. So as you're working through requests, make a determination of whether parts of records need to be redacted or records need to be withheld, those types of things. So as the commissioners themselves, y'all don't really have to worry about that part, making that determination. That's what the director's for. We can provide some guidance on that. Our office provides a guidebook also on the Inspection of Public Records Act and the Open Meetings Act that can be found on our website that spells out the entire statute. It goes through all of it. It goes through examples. It's about 90 pages long. So it's its own novel, but it is there. And it's a good, I wouldn't say it's a good read, but it's certainly a read.
What's it called again?
The Inspection of Public Records Act, and it's a guidebook on our site, on our website that you can take a look at. It's in PDF form. And it walks through a lot of different examples and how those exceptions apply. So it's good to kind of get familiar with some of those things since the commission is subject to that law. Enforcement of that and kind of how it would be applicable to the commission in the long run. So there are damage awards for violations of IPRA. It's $100 a day for a violation of IPRA. Where you see that most often is when an improper denial is made. So if someone denies inspection of records, whenever that improper denial there, that's when it starts counting $100 a day. So it can get really costly, especially as you're going through that process and it's denied. If that happens for 2 years, it's a lot of money, right? And then those $100 a day, that would be payable typically by the commission out of your budget. They can also award attorney's fees if someone brings it to district court for enforcement action. So who can enforce that? Well, the Attorney General's office can enforce that. And in fact, the Government Counsel and Accountability Bureau is tasked with enforcing IPRA and DOMA violations. So we have attorneys specifically set aside within our bureau to handle those enforcement actions. And so that is one avenue. The person who's their rights have been violated under the IPRA can bring a lawsuit in district court. And then sometimes DAs in some instances can bring actions on behalf of others. So those are kind of the ways it's enforced. I know that's very, very broad overview of IPRA, but the main key points are the commission is subject to IPRA. It is a transparency law. So it's important to keep in mind that items you write in relation to the commission are typically public records. So just keep that in mind as you're responding to emails or sending text messages on this public business of the commission. It would be a public record. There are some instances where communications with such as myself or others might be privileged information, and so that might be withheld in those instances. So any questions on IPRA? That is a very, very high level overview, but I would satisfy your requirement for yearly training on the Inspection of Public Records Act. And I'm happy to stand for any questions on that. I can get into as many details as you'd like, but I think the Open Meetings Act is a lot more beneficial for y'all, considering this meeting is an open meeting. So anybody, any questions?
I have one question.
Oh, absolutely. Yes, Treasurer.
Thank you, Chairman. So I don't know what these apps are called, but I know one was Signal, one was something else, and whatever they ask you for, and you don't have it, or I think those ones delete themselves automatically. How do you produce that record? You don't have it, or?
So that's a great question. So under the Inspection of Public Records Act, if you don't have a record, you can't produce it. So you would technically say you don't have the record. The question then becomes whether or not you should have that record, which becomes a records retention question under the Public Records Act. And so they kind of go hand in hand a little bit. But where IPRA denying a request because you don't have a record would be technically a proper denial, then they would have to seek some type of remedial measure from the Public Records Act, which I will tell you in reviewing the Public Records Act, there technically is no enforcement arm of that act in of itself.
And Chairman, I know we've talked about the idea that you don't have to produce records that don't already exist. And we've had some burdensome requests, but I literally have about this many sheets of paper, 3 of them, and now someone else wants them electronically. What we've said is you can come in and look at them, and then we'll print out what you want, and then you pay for that. But we need to keep the records for retention because now they're a book of record. And if anyone else asks for them, I don't want to go through the whole process again. It took us months to do it. I don't have to produce a scan of all of those, right? And I'm talking thousands and thousands of pages that we literally had to print each one and an attachment on each email. So I just wanted to make sure, just because that's come up right now.
Sure. Yeah, that's a great question. So under IPRA, you're absolutely right. You don't have to create a record, right? You just have to provide an avenue of inspection. And there is some, I would say, more recent case law and some questions about, properly, maintaining records. That's a separate issue, right? But for example, if you have those physical records, you could, copy them or scan them and charge them for copying or scanning, right? An appropriate fee to do that. The question then becomes, if you scan all of them, now they're an electronic record, right? And now you've created a record and then they're subject to inspection on that front. But if you have the physical records and your policy is to maintain those records, and as long as you're providing an avenue, whether you make a copy, mail it to them, they have or you can say, hey, you can come into our office, look at them, take pictures, that's fine. So it's providing that avenue of inspection.
Wonderful. Thank you. That was one of my biggest questions, that you saved Billy a phone call, because now someone's asked for them and they said, well, we want electronic, but we would be here for weeks on how many electronic copies that would have to entail. Plus, then I'd be creating another record. So I thought they could just come in, and they want to make copies, they can. So that's helpful. Thank you so much.
Yeah, sure. Other questions? Oh, yes.
Yes, I have a question. We had discussed earlier utilizing AI platforms for some commission work like ChatGPT. So would then like the ChatGPT account be
That's a
subject to?
That's a really good question. Depending on what you're using it for, potentially yes. And then that would be go into that kind of metadata structure. And then within that metadata structure, I'll make it more complicated for a second. Is like there's iterations, right? So for example, like Microsoft Word documents live in Microsoft's cloud. Typically, it's an online service. Well, is every iteration of that document ever created subject to the book? You don't really have a good answer for that, right? Like, is the document that was prepared on, May, let's say 2 days ago, 28th, it's changed since then. Now it's May 30th. Well, is the May 28th document the iteration of that? Do I now have to go to Microsoft and ask them for that document that was prepared on May 28th when I deleted half of it on May 30th? Well, there's not really a good answer. Of course, haven't weighed in on that specifically. But so I would say potentially yes. It sort of depends on, we'll talk a little bit about like in the Open Meetings Act for like minutes, if you're using it to transcribe meeting minutes, those types of things, I would say yes. Because, under the OMA, right, you have to have prepared draft minutes within X amount of days. So those things would likely make it subject to, but if you're having it help you prepare a speech, not necessarily.
Judge Lambert has a hand.
Yes.
Judge Lambert is recognized.
Thank you. When I was looking at the website, it was referencing the Albuquerque Journal versus Board of Education case.
Yes.
Is it okay to just rely on the instructions, the PDF that you have? And is there, just from a high level point of view, would that case in ruling impact the commission?
Those are several questions. I'll take them one at a time because that can be complicated. So in one instance, yes, the APS case is applicable. I would say to all public bodies. We are also still updating the guidebook. So that is something we've taken into consideration. And there are other updates to some of the HIPAA laws that go into effect soon. So we will be updating the guidebook to reflect those changes as well. I would say within the next 2 months or so. Our goal is to get out a new version on July 1st. I would say we're very well on that way to that goal. But we will answer that kind of more specifically there. There are parts where we've had adjusted our guidebook to kind of reflect some of the holdings in that particular case. But as that case makes its way through more appeals, that could change. So I would say, yes, it's okay to kind of use the guidebook as it's offered, which is advisory and guide. The court has made it very clear, at least in other case law, that our guidebook is not the law. The court is the law and the law is the law. So from that standpoint, we always have an asterisk that is a guidebook subject to change depending on what the court says.
So if we have a question about that, we would ask, who's assigned as legal counsel to the commission? We would ask that person.
You can ask me directly. I'm currently working with the commission.
Oh, okay, got it. Thank you. I'm new. It's my first meeting, so.
Oh, no, that's perfectly fine. And I'm happy to answer any of those questions you have.
Okay.
And I know the chair, you feel free to send out my email and phone number to everybody.
Will do, will do. In fact, in the next iteration of the handbook for commissioners, in creating a handbook for the executive director, we created a improvement on that first version that was circulated, I guess, in January. And it has a table of key phone numbers and council's phone numbers, Blaine's, also Billy's. Their phone numbers are in that list. And I think that will be helpful. So we're gonna turn up a new version. I think after our annual meeting, Judge, because we're anticipating potentially some changes to our bylaws and policies and procedures, then we can update to our most recent approved version of the policies, procedures, and bylaws. In the next commissioner handbook, will include the key numbers in that as well. But we don't even have to wait for that. I can just make sure I circulate Blaine's contact information to everybody. So we will definitely share that information. That's the bottom line.
Okay, thank you.
I think I'll just kind of leave on the Inspection of Public Records Act, kind of what are some best practices that we suggest is always allow inspection. The goal is to be transparent, not to withhold records, have procedures and have good procedures in place outlining everything, including fees if they're going to be charged for items. Have at least the records custodian or others, tracking all of the requests and responses, maintain the communication with any of the requesters. I always put this in here to be reasonable. I know that people can be mean sometimes, but we're all people, and we all have stressful days and we all have stressful lives. And I think just making sure that, we try to treat everybody with respect and those types of things, so that can go a long way. Trying to resolve any oral requests informally, and then when in doubt, you can always ask me. So that would be kind of some best practices. And then I can go to the Open Meetings Act.
Absolutely.
Okay, so Open Meetings Act, the OMA. We have a nickname for both of these since we enforce them as the Oprah. I know, sorry. We try to get our jokes in where we can as lawyers. Not supposed to be. So OMA is also another public policy that deals with transparency. And typically this is just entitled again to have the greatest possible information of what's going on in the government to the people, specifically the people of New Mexico. So anytime a public body has a meeting, those meetings are supposed to be public meetings where anybody can attend and listen. So we'll kind of go over what that means. So who is subject to MOMA? There's really a three-part test for a public body, policymaking body, establishing a quorum. So once there's a quorum, and then the discussion and formulating a public policy, or where you take any formal action. So either one of those, as long as those three tests are there. So this commission is a policymaking body, and it spends state funds. So anytime you're having a meeting, it has to be public. In order to have those public meetings where you're doing the discussion or formal action, you have to have a quorum. And typically, unless otherwise provided in statute, it's a simple majority. And then once you do that, any of that discussion, formulating public policy or taking that formal action, all of those items have to be in an open meeting. So when does it not apply? If there's not any policy making body, there's no quorum, there's not any discussion of public body's business, purely social situations. So say you're all at a football game and you guys are going to talk about the team, how it's doing. That's a social situation. Just because y'all are there doesn't necessarily make it a meeting. So it doesn't have to be noticed. Sometimes public bodies have policies in place to say we are gonna, we didn't know, but we're all gonna happen to be here at this time, at this place, at this event. There's not gonna be a discussion of public policy, so there's no agenda, but just giving an incidental notice of it. Not specifically outlined in the OMA, but some public bodies do that. Best practices are avoid rolling quorums, which we'll talk about in there. be transparent. Anytime you're emailing folks, like boards, commissions, just BCC everybody. So it's a good rule of thumb, so you don't accidentally reply all, and then it becomes a rolling discussion, a rolling forum of discussion of public business. So what is a rolling forum? That's any time where, basically if you have that email chain or telephone tag, say the chair calls the vice chair and then vice chair calls the secretary and, then you're, oh, well, the chair said this, what do you think? And then, okay, let me call them back. And, so then you're having essentially this like discussion of what's going on in public business. So that would be a violation of OMA because now you're creating this quorum and discussion of public business without trying to convene a meeting. So those are just things to to keep in mind where it's most applicable. And we'll talk a little bit about agendas here, but remote participation, this is an area where the Open Meetings Act is quite old. The last time it was updated is 2013, so it doesn't really take a whole lot of consideration into Teams or Zoom or COVID or anything else. So it is still our best advice to maintain all of your meetings in person. Please have a physical location for all of your meetings. Providing virtual access is not clearly allowed under OMA. But there is a telephonic version there that's technically contemplated to be a conference call and is by law only really allowable when it's difficult or impossible for someone to attend. There's not really a lot of case law of what difficult means versus convenience. So that's something to keep in mind. I think our advice is always have it in a physical location. Meetings should be in person. But ultimately that's going to be up to the commission on how they want to treat that. But just know that without that, it's potentially an OMA violation to have meetings just virtual or that type of thing. If there are, we have some members here today that are virtual. So, being able, and I think the chair does a great job, acknowledging those folks and those folks knowing who is speaking virtually for those who may be either virtual or attending some other way, they know who's talking. If there's any votes, doing a roll call vote when there's virtual attendance is a good best practice. So each part of each person's vote. The minutes need to, if there is any action, the minutes need to transcribe how it was voted upon. So if you have people who are telephonic or virtual, it's always good to have a roll call vote to note who voted what. Versus if everyone's in a room sitting there, it's a little bit easier to know who said yes and who said no on a motion. So those are some things to keep in mind for remote participation. Every meeting has to be noticed. So what is reasonable notice? Well, part of that is every public body has to, under the OMA, determine what notice is. And I believe your bylaws touch on that. I believe it's 14 days. Is that correct?
We give 14 days to commissioners under our bylaws, and then once the agenda is finalized, then we give notice to the public in accordance with OMA.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. And so part of that is just as OMA really contemplates what they call reasonable notice. The guidance from our office for about the last 30 years should be about 10 days. For any meeting notice. We have what's called a special meeting notice. So that's kind of anything that is going to fall outside of those regular notice meetings timeframes. So if you're required to meet quarterly, you would meet quarterly, and any time that meets within those quarterly timeframes could potentially be a special meeting. Excuse me. But the real timeline is 72 hours. That's when the agenda and notice have to be posted and finalized before any meeting. So that determination or the OMA resolution has to be voted upon every year. So that's something that the commission would need to do once a year just to update it, make sure reasonable notice is being presented. So part of the notice requirements the notice has to be posted in a public location on a website if one's maintained. Our suggestion is at least 10 days prior to. If you have anyone who specifically requests emails from the commission, we would recommend sending them the notice as well through the email chain, or any type of publication. So under OMA, if there's like, say, a newspaper or a radio show that requests to have notices sent to them, you'll have to also send it to them. That's not very frequent these days, but was more frequent in the past. So those are some areas to think about and some best practices to keep for notice. The content of the notice, there's really just three main things: the location, date and time, and then either the agenda or instructions or directions on how to obtain a copy of the agenda for the meeting. Those are the three main items that have to be in the notice. Excuse me. So agenda itself, finalized no less than 72 hours prior. I always give the example, say you're going to have the discussion of a contract and Blaine forgot to put the contract on the agenda. And it's 24 hours out, I'm like, oh my gosh, I forgot to put the agenda or that contract on the agenda. Can I amend it? No, I can't. So I'm gonna have to wait till the next meeting. It's unfortunate, or call a special meeting. So 72 hours prior, that's the deadline for agendas. Posted to the website if maintained. Also, if you've had the notice and it wasn't prepared yet, just make sure that those instructions have gone out and you follow that instruction. Sometimes people say, post it on our website and they give the wrong link or something like that. So just make sure that those notices and agenda locations are there. Always good if you have an office, just post it also in your office, have a paper copy. If anyone comes in, they can get one. So these are just some things to keep in mind on the agendas. Their public comment is not required on an agenda. That under OMA, the public can attend and listen, doesn't say they can, make a comment. So you technically don't have to do it. I will say, however, there is some case law that says if you've done it for the last 50 years, probably a good idea to keep doing it. Because then you run into some First Amendment rights issues and things like that. Closed session items, anytime there's an item, you don't have to put that this item is going to be in a closed session. The part of the OMA that contemplates closed session is making the proper motion to enter closed session. So as long as closed session falls under one of those exceptions, that's fine. So that there may be a discussion on a point on one of the agendas that, oh my gosh, now that we've made the determination that there might be some pending litigation going on with this particular item. So, but it wasn't contemplated as a closed session item, but now it's become a closed session item. We can now enter into closed session to have that discussion, as long as the motion's been made. Something to keep. Minutes, the minutes requirements, minimum requirements, date, time, place, names of the members present and absent, substance of the proposals considered, records of decisions made and votes taken. They need to be available within 10 working days. Yes, that means drafts. No, that means you can't not produce them if the commission hasn't voted to approve them. So if someone requests it on day 11, yes, you have to give them a draft, even if they're not approved. So keep that in mind. They do have to be approved at the next meeting, regardless of what the meeting is. So for example, if you have a quarterly meeting, say we have this meeting, next meeting set for August, and you decide, you know what, we need a meeting in June. Well, guess what? You're gonna have to approve those minutes of June, because that's the next meeting. So that will be something to keep in mind when you're preparing those minutes. Our best practices are avoid transcript styled minutes. You don't need to do a full transcript. You can kind of do a summary of what happened as long as it meets those minimum requirements. So a lot of times like agendas will suffice and you could put kind of a summary of the discussion and what the vote looks like, what the proposals look like, those types of things. And then post those draft minutes on the website. I know sometimes people get really into, they want to like transcribe them. And so then it's like 50 pages of meeting minutes. That's not necessary. So some things to keep in mind. Parts of meetings to go into like closed session, it is discretionary. It's not required by the law. So a lot of people think that you have to have closed session for certain items. You don't. Our advice is it's a good idea if it's allowable. Go ahead and go into closed session. But otherwise, it's not required. So for example, I give this advice to licensing boards. Sometimes there's licensing matters they really want the public to know about. And they want to have that discussion in an open meeting. They can. They don't have to go into closed session just because it's allowable under OMA. So it's it's at the discretion of the commissioner board of whether you want to do that, as long as the proper motion is filed.
Blaine, I
Yes.
have a question.
Yeah.
So like in that instance, if you were discussing an individual's license, you would, because it's like personal protected information, I guess, to one degree or another, you would want to go into closed session, or would that
So-
open up liability if you didn't?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
I mean, I think the thing is like for most of the commissions that deal with licensing, you can leave it to a license. Right? You don't have to talk about the person by name.
Okay.
There's ways to not do that. But for example, there may be times where there is a discussion by name, but OMA doesn't require it be in closed session.
Thank you.
Sure. So if you do go in a closed session, it does have to fall under one of those 10 exceptions, though they are listed in 1015.1, or not 1015.1, but they are listed in 1015. Discussion only, any session item does have to be in open session. Oh, yes, sorry, we have several questions online.
Sorry.
The interaction between the Open Meetings Act and IPRA. So for example, we're recording now. If we went into executive session, would the closed session be subject to IPRA requests?
Good question. So no. So
I didn't-
typically when,
But would it be a
Yes.
good practice to not record those sessions?
yes, so all closed sessions should not be recorded. So once the proper motion has been made, there's a motion. So if I said, well, I guess the chair called for a motion to enter into closed session for let's say pending litigation on a case, we could then take a roll call vote. If the roll call vote said yes, then we would enter into closed session. The cameras and all the online part would turn off, except for those folks participating online could still join. Any recordings would be shut. Anyone asked who's not a part of either council or part of the commission or commission staff would be asked to leave the room.
Is it only the business of the commission that is discoverable?
In what could you clarify that more?
So if during the break, people are talking about another matter and it's caught on the recording?
So for example, any discussion and part of coming out of a closed session, any discussion within closed session can only be on the matter to which you've entered closed session on. So there can't be any discussion other than that.
That's not what I mean. So for example, we broke for lunch and we were
Yes.
chatting, right? And so I think the executive director was like, oh, we're gonna just cut that part out. Right. Well, I could see that if there was an IPRA request for the meeting notes, could there be a concern about what we had cut out? And whether or not that's some sort of evasion of the IPRA request?
I see your question. So yes, so technically, if any discussion amongst a quorum of the body on public business would technically need to be an open meeting. And so that would be, part of that and should be transcribed within the minutes. It would also need to be a discussion of an item that's posted on the agenda to properly notice the public. Does that sort of answer the question?
It does not, but that's okay.
Okay, because I
I
guess that,
I think I can help only because I was in there. So technically, and I know she's new, but as an executive director, once he opens up the meeting to that we're in session, that's when you unmute and that's when you should record. If we're going to be in recess, then you stop the recording until he says we're back in. And during that course of time, we shouldn't be talking about anything that we're going to be voting on because it's on, it would negatively impact. I don't know what the law is called, but you're not supposed to talk about anything that's going to be approved on the agenda, which was not the case. But then afterwards, when we came back in, she was recording even though we hadn't already started the meeting yet. So she mentioned that she was going to take that all out. It was just like standard conversation so that it just goes back to when the meeting got started again.
Right.
Yes.
So my concern is, just using that as an example, if she were to edit that out, would that be, someone would become suspicious, like what were they talking about or something like that? Would that be a problem?
So with the additional explanation, no, technically that's not a problem, because the minutes would reflect, what was discussed at the meeting, technically. Now, could that provide an area where someone might question what was said? Sure, but that's not necessarily an open liability to that extent.
I kind of thought that, but it's been a few years since I looked at this OMA. So thank you.
Sure, absolutely.
And that's exactly why we have this annual refresher. So it's right on time to refresh all our memories and to provide some training for the executive director. So I think all excellent conversation, and leave it to the judge on the commission to put counsel, keep counsel on his toes by asking these great questions.
Absolutely.
And I'm a
Treasurer
travel judge, just in case you got like in your head about separation of powers or something.
No, and you're still executing the role of, asking great questions. And I know that, that serves you well in your role, even as a tribal judge. I'm sure of that. Treasurer Montoya, do you have your hand up still?
I do. So question for you, just so I'm clear in my head for the other boards I'm on. I'm used to having an audit that we reviewed an audit earlier. It's under the 60,000 threshold, which normally all my other ones go through an RFP process. We go into executive session and then we come out with whoever the winner is. In this particular case, we talked about it in open meeting with all three names of whoever the auditors were and the discussion of how we came up to terms with who won. I've never seen that happen before, so I just want to make sure in my head I understand that the logic behind that was because it was under a certain dollar amount that it was okay to do that in public, or do you think we should have done that in executive for less liability and then come out?
That's a good question. So it contemplates several things. There's a particular exception within the Open Meetings Act that specifically talks about the negotiations of an RFP process. And as you stated, part of the procurement code is not applicable for contracts under $60,000, which is why you see a lot of contracts for like $59,999. And so yes, that would be the logic behind that part of it. I don't think it necessarily opens up. I don't think it would open up the board or commission to any extra type of liability for in violation of the procurement code because it wouldn't be applicable. There are some additional parts of the procurement code that calls into question confidentiality parts, and so you wouldn't be in violation there. It might bring up some hurt feelings, but that's, I think, probably the extent of the liability.
Okay, thank you.
And if anything, by having a discussion in open meeting, we serve the purposes, the general policy of the Open Meetings Act by having a public, transparent open conversation.
Yes,
That was not in closed session.
yes,
And we weren't required to have the conversation in closed session.
correct.
So we might as well have an open session in the interest of transparency.
Yes,
Is one way to look at it.
yep, absolutely.
But we have 10 other reasons why we could go into it, right? That's kind of what
Yes.
that's, saying, is that, okay.
But Chairman, just to be devil's advocate, the idea was said that it was lower cost, but the reality is if we would have calculated it based on the hourly like we did, it was so close in cost difference that we could have accidentally missed that. And then somebody could have came back and said, actually, we were cheaper than the other one. And then we would have been in a pickle. So that's why I say maybe that should have been in the closed session, but because it wasn't an RFP, I don't think it is allowed. So I was just curious how that worked.
Right, right. No, I mean, we're trying to get it right. So we're being thorough. We were thorough in the way that we analyzed which auditor we were gonna pick, and we're thorough in analyzing the procedure by which we should have picked them. But we were thorough and here at the end. Okay. So what else do we need to discuss? Any other questions? You have a presentation?
I have a couple more things, just to talk specifically about closing a meeting. So if you were to close a meeting, the agenda item has to be, subject to one of those 10 exceptions. When you're doing agenda items, that's why it's really important to put, with reasonable specificity, not just because they'll not ask those items to be reasonably specific. But it makes the public understand what y'all are talking about, generally speaking, and kind of understand why it would fit into one of those exceptions. So like oftentimes where we see, this come into play is say, an agenda item just says personnel matters. Well, that's not really reasonably specific, to what's going on. But the discussion of the president of so-and-so, hiring, that's pretty specific. It's about a position, about hiring someone. So that's much more specific and reasonably specific enough. Everyone's going to understand what the discussion's about, but it would fall under that personnel exception. So that could be entered into closed session for one of those.
So they would need to give that the additional description for it to be valid.
Yes. And you don't have to use the person's name. It could be the title of the position. I know oftentimes there's, boards or commissions review employees' performance. And so sometimes they'll name the name, sometimes they'll just name the position. But as long as it's reasonably specific to where the public understands what's being discussed in closed session, that's what's important. And then the motion being made has to state the legal exception and authority to which it is qualified under for one of those exceptions, what the agenda item is and the topics to be discussed. Roll call vote then must be taken, and then the minutes must include a statement regarding the closed session that only that agenda item, what it was discussed. There was no action taken within the closed session, and any action taken would have been made within the open meeting. So those are kind of, consider whether the closed session is necessary, follow a motion script if there is one, and then make a statement on the record after coming out of closed session, similar to what the minutes require, makes it a little easier. So I will not don't have to go through all of the OMA exceptions. They are in 1015 one page. There are 10 of them. Keep in mind, there is no broad general exception to go under. Also keep in mind that particularly there is one that talks about legal issues pending or threatened litigation. It's not attorney-client privileged information. So it does have to be litigation that's either pending, that's currently being going on, threatened to happen. Either you're threatening to sue someone, you're being threatened to sue, or something is ongoing. So those are the times we can enter into that one. We can't enter just for attorney-client privilege. So that's something to keep in mind. That is what our memos are for, is to provide that. Enforcement our office is subject to enforcing those, and I'll wrap this up here and we'll talk about the governmental conduct next time.
Yeah.
I think just to keep everybody on time. So attorney general, district attorneys are charged with enforcing it. There are civil and criminal outcomes. Private individuals within 15 days of the alleged violation, they have to provide notice to the public body and can recover reasonable attorney's costs and fees. There are criminal sanctions. It is a misdemeanor punishable to $500 per violation. So those are kind of them. And generally speaking, our group is the one who enforces that. Any additional questions on the Open Meetings Act or any other questions for myself?
Well, hearing none, we'll just thank you for giving us 2 out of 3. That's
2 out of 3.
That's
Next one next time.
Thank you. And so that'll take us to the next item on our agenda. We already covered it. It's our next meeting, annual meeting, June 25th, 11 o'clock a.m. somewhere in Albuquerque. Executive Director to be in touch on the details of that. Now, last item on the agenda. That's it for today. We can adjourn without objection. This meeting stands adjourned. Thanks to everybody for being here today.